electricity reports to somebody else, transport reports to somebody else, water reports to somebody else. So how do we bring this all together? Now, one of the things that I do is to see how technology can impact some of the changes. For example, when we did the Accelerated Power Reforms Development Program, that AT&C losses, which was only in the distribution sector, which is what power we consume at home, was 33%. That is, throughout the country on a national average, we lose 33% even after it's generated, even before it's built. Not a sustainable model. Of course, now we brought it down to 22%, but even that is not a sustainable model. We lose 1 lakh crore rupees just by power distribution companies. None of the 80 or 100 or 80 and 90 power distribution companies in India are profitable at all. So therefore, I think the first thing is, I think we may have a second round of questions and I'll answer that at that point in time. What are the new technologies which we can incubate to sort of help this journey for urban transformation? Similarly, I met a gentleman who's possibly going to be the speaker in the afternoon. He had a very interesting technology on condensation, and he said he's making water through condensation. I said, wow, because I have done desalination and I know the problems associated with desalination. So can we see what are the new technologies that can enable urban transformation? And lastly, how do we work with the government to actually put this all in place? Many of them are IITians, many of them are willing to listen, but yes, they have their own agendas, which we should appreciate and work with them.
Thank you. My second round of questions, Jaya, let's start with you. At a macro level, a ton of conversations that we have are around the fact that there are great ideas, there is intent, there is capital, but there is this lacuna with the government and the stakeholders involved to getting anything done. Of course, like he said, there's competing priorities and things like that. So what does an institution like WRI do to take ideas like this, good frameworks that work, solutions that could possibly transform a city? How do you take that to action in the government context through your policy work?
Yes, and so that's a very important thing, Sanjan. I mean, like we said, we have to work with the government, and we have to figure out how to do it in a best way so that it kind of matches their sort of aspirations, their goals, as well as what the citizens are trying to get to. And at WRI, the way that we've been approaching this is basically starting with data and evidence, because at the end of the day, you can't manage what you can't measure. So when you're looking at urbanization, when you're looking at the different scales of problems, first thing I think we are trying to bring to bear is data and evidence. For example, Aruma talked about, the economic sort of scale of, what cities bring to the table. We also, in India, only 3% of this land area of India is urban, right? And so it's an extremely land-constrained area that is bringing that kind of a huge economic sort of effort, and how do kind of governments respond to that? So the first step is really data and evidence. The second way is to kind of use that to inform plans. We have been working on, for example, the climate action plan of Mumbai, and the Bangalore one got recently released. So we're looking for that evidence to inform plans. And at the same time, looking at bringing policy coherence, because policy may exist, and there's actually very good policy in this country when you talk about, sectors like water and energy and some of those. But the problem is with kind of translating that on the ground and how that gets done. So how do you bring policy coherence where your policy in transport is not conflicting with an urban policy, etc. The next thing basically is looking at governance, because unless you solve for governance, and it's a very tricky, wicked problem to solve for, it's not easy, because we have inherited, sort of British legacy in terms of our governance systems. That hasn't changed in the ways our cities are responding on the ground. And so how do you kind of bring governance mechanisms, institutionalized way of doing business, which are responding to current issues? And finally, I think the most important thing really is platforms for engagement. So looking at, platforms for innovation, for data sharing, for getting sort of public sector into the private sector into the conversation for public sector is another thing that we are looking at and focusing on a lot, and especially looking at some of these solution providers. I think someone asked the question about how can MSMEs contribute to this some more. How can they? And how can they do it in a way where they are not causing unintended negative consequences for people? So those are some of the things that we are looking at very closely in this space.
Thank you. So the next question is actually from a conversation with an audience member, and it's to you, Professor Verma. It was that, oh, you live in South Bangalore. How long did it take you to get here? Did you get your passport stamped on the way? And I think we've spent the year getting, I mean, of course, been the butt of so many jokes, the flooding, Trevor Noah, all of that. Since you work in the trifecta of transportation, traffic congestion, and innovation, is there hope?
Thanks. It's a tricky question, but yes, there are answers, there are solutions. As you rightly said, Ravi, that technical solutions are all there. If somebody asks me, what have you got from your 15 years of research that you can give it for the city, from a transportation interventions perspective, we can think about different layers, policy at the top, planning, that is infrastructure and, everything, operation and management, behavior. I would say in 15 years, we have researched on everything. Any aspect that you can think about on any level, I can take out and give solutions. So that's not an issue. But as been highlighted by most of the speakers, it's all governance which is failing us. And not just governance, this is a gathering of technocrats. I would say technocracies are also failing equally to get the right solutions for the city. And I'll try to explain this, especially when you look at these transport infrastructure planning in urban areas. The whole, it's also because I've worked in government for a few years before I came to academics in MMRDA. So I've seen the system from inside also. It's not something that I just look at it from outside. So the whole decision process of what infrastructure to place, where to place, what mode to focus on, whether you should have a flyover or a tunnel road in Bangalore or in Mumbai, this whole sets of 50, 60 flyovers that was started by MSRDC long back. These are all decisions that are happening top down. Or we're discussing about monorail, in Mumbai. These are all decisions happening top down. In fact, now transport and mobility is a big civic issue. It's a big, issue of public debate, and it has become part of the election manifestos of political parties. So the project gets decided right in the election for us, and so on and so forth. Now, what is happening is, even if this is a top-down, eventually it comes to the technocrats working in different urban local bodies in different organizations. Now, they are told to prepare reports and justify this. This is where the role of technocrats is, and this is where I feel technocrats in the government system and even consultants who are working from there are actually failing in their responsibility. You may have wonderful and crazy idea coming out from top, but you got to evaluate it on pure technical grounds, put that back in the file and send it back. Taking decision is not your responsibility, so why you worry about? But at least do your technical evaluation rightly and send it back. Let the politician or the bureaucrat decide what they want to do. But what is in actual happening is that you get a message from top, and what the technocracy essentially is doing is prepare nice, report that those ideas and projects and help, the bureaucrats and politicians have their agenda being done. So this whole ecosystem, unless it improves, it's very difficult, even if I have all the ideas to push it. So a lot of time our energy is lost in trying to stop government from doing something which is very wrong. We have been succeeded in several attempts in stopping some nasty projects, including presently about this tunnel roads that present government is talking about. But it's so difficult.
So thanks for that. Opportunity cost. I don't think anyone's quantified that when you think about city transformation. Something to think about, Jaya. Aruma, in many ways, you are the external facing voice for lots of things transformation from an Indian context. And one of the questions that I had, and when I was talking to you about Access Israel, that they had to us is that India is not even thinking about first principles of making cities livable, accessible, and there is absolutely no planning around what does Bangalore or any city look like 5 years from now. You're building institutions and you're training professionals in that space. You advise governments. What's your approach, and is there hope? Similar to his question.
I guess very quickly, I'll give you a concrete. Yeah, I'll give you a concrete.
Thanks, yeah. I'll give you a concrete example of what it is to make system change. So let's say if you look at an urban area or an urban system, it's a system of systems. We've heard about them. There's a land system, there's an economic system, there's transportation that connects the two, and then there are all the services. There's water, there's energy, there's telecom, etc. Fine. To transform an urban landscape, you have to transform all those systems simultaneously. We don't have the economics for that, we don't have the technology, and we certainly don't have the governance. I'll give you an example from one system. It's a very obvious system. It's the water and sanitation system. Fine. It's very important because, diarrheal disease is the number 3 or number 4 challenge as far as health in this country is concerned, and it infects everybody. We've spent 6 years, actually almost 7 years just now, trying to transform that system in just one state. That is, how do you deal with water and sanitation in the state of Tamil Nadu? It's taken us 6 years to deal with it. And the challenge is very interesting. It starts with a technical challenge in the 1850s. In London, they had a huge problem like we have in many of our cities. So what do? They set up a privy in Queen Victoria's, palace, and they washed all the water down into the Thames. They had, this is how we develop public health. And that system has worked pretty much for many cities across the world, including all the colonial cities, Bangalore and Chennai. Unfortunately, that system does not work anymore in India for 2 reasons. The first thing is we don't have the water. Fine. And in Tamil Nadu, especially because of climate change, we will not have the water. The second thing is that you cannot build fast enough to be able to provide these sewage systems across the country. We've tried for 70 years. We can't do it fast enough. It's very expensive. It's complicated. And we do both ends of it. We do the toilets. We have a huge program. The Prime Minister has run it in one day, and we've done very well. And we have sewage treatment plants. But we can't connect the two up. That's the story of the Ganga for the last 35 years that I've seen it. I've kind of led some of the programs in that space. So we have to initiate a technical innovation. So we said, look, these centralized systems don't work. They work for some places. They don't work for everywhere. So we had to go to on-site systems of carriage, which is septic tanks and pit latrines. 80% of Tamil Nadu has that. So how do you do that? You basically take the sludge that comes out of the septic tank. You have a tanker, you suck it out by vacuum, you take it, and then you have to treat it. Traditional systems don't work. So you have to develop a new system of treatment, which is called septic treatment. I'm going through this stuff because many of us are technical people here. But that's not the problem. You can set up this entire chain. We've done it just now. 600 places across Tamil Nadu, 15 million people. Fine. In 2 years' time, we'll touch 25 million people across the state. The issue is not the technical side. We've spent lots of public money and et cetera, to make that happen. We've built all these systems that are there. The issue is not that. The issue is fundamentally a question of governance. And since we're talking about a question of social impact, it is about caste and gender. Because who cleans these systems? In spite of the fact that you have all the technology in the world, we have GPSs tracking these tracks, etc. It is a certain set of people who do that. Unless you change their lives, unless you change the economics of that process, the system will not change. Okay? That's the core thing. The challenge is, and this is a sort of a joke in some senses, I've been hiring and training IITians for many, many years. In the way that we train in the IITs and the IIMs, it takes about 2 years for us to sort of help people unlearn what they haven't learned. Fine. So you have to enable people to integrate social, economic, and environmental systems together. And we don't train for that. And that's what we're doing. That's what IHS is. IHS is a mix of an IIM, an IIT, and maybe Shantiniketan in its old days, to enable people to understand the connection between these things. Because if you don't change all of those processes, at the bottom, like I said in the beginning, if you don't change the circumstances of people inside this thing, you will be here 50 years from now, and the system will not change.
And it's very hard to make that happen. And this is just one state. We have to do it in 30 states, or whatever, 30 states and UTs. And this is a very, very basic system, but it means technical change, it means social change, it means changing the bureaucracy. At the moment, we're training 6,000 engineers across Tamil Nadu because you've got to carpet bomb the system. Because unless the incentives to the engineers who are very used to doing large scale systems, because it's easier for them to calculate, to build, etc. And also, because they have to make money to keep their lives going. Large scale systems are places where you make money. Decentralized systems don't work. And I'll close with just this one idea, and that is that the interesting thing between us and China is most of the critical technologies of the 21st century are going to be decentralized. IT has enabled that, number one. Two, we have to live without fossil fuels and fossil water because that story is over, which means that we have to manage processes locally across the landscape. Look at renewable energy. It's about picking up energy from across the landscape in 3 dimensions. We can think and work like that because we have a society that can do that. The Chinese have given that up. We have a huge opportunity for social, economic, and technical innovation about decentralized network-based systems. And we don't have the theory for doing that. It can only be found here. The West can't do this. They have no interest in doing this at all. I'll stop there.
Thank you. I love your comment. But small problem to solve, getting 1/5 of humanity to think bottom-up solutions. I guess this is the right room for it. Raghu, a question to you, and I think it's a good segue from what you talked about. You work a little bit on the frontier of product innovation and ideas that can potentially work bottom-up and are decentralized. What are you working on that is potentially transformative in the urban context?
Yeah, so I think I take over from where he left off. I think I totally agree with him that energy, water, and living is going to be decentralized. For those of us who have background in electrical engineering, the Tesla versus Edison debate was comprehensively settled. But that led to large power plants, transmission systems, what have you. But you never thought about how each person could generate his own power till, of course, solar and EV came in. Could that be the solution? Now, that is one of the technologies. The second technology is the entire aspect of generative AI. I think there was a comment about the next room having AI, but generative AI is going to be as good in urban transformation as it is going to be in whatever they're discussing in the next room. For example, fault location identification and service restoration. The Chinese and the Japanese have tried it. They're able to locate a fault. 45 milliseconds, they're able to restore a fault. Why can't we? After all, we have so much of generative AI that's floating around. So the third one, if you look at the miniaturization with power electronics of the entire energy system, can we get rid of these huge transformers that are there with GIS, etc.? You see every year shocking deaths of somebody stepping on a wire, so on and so forth. So if you look at the entire energy system, it's up for a change. If you look at the water system, the gentleman who's going to be talking, Mr. Ramakrishna, is going to be talking of condensation is on to something big. If you talk about transportation, there are a lot of systems that are being tried upon. But the problem is with ourselves. A lot of us from IITs, we all know our technology. Every VC wants to invest in consumer technology. You have something which is a consumer portal, etc., you'll get funding for it. But if you have something which is for energy sector, you won't get it. They are rightfully so, for the simple reason that distribution companies take 6 months to actually pay them. So it becomes a negative spiral. And there are many like me who started off with a degree in basic infrastructure, civil engineering and mechanical engineering, but went on to software. And that's become the norm today. So I think even from an IIT perspective, I think it's time that we refocused on urban transformation. One is, of course, all the policy level, all the systems thinking, all that is fine. But after that, somebody has to go lay the wire. Somebody has to go and make the transformer work. Somebody has to make the job honorable enough. Somebody has to make it that the chief engineer or the assistant engineer of a distribution company is honorable enough. And he knows enough about generative AI to make Flissa work. I think that's where, if you look at it, what we are trying, what at least I am trying to do, is to work to see some of these innovations. Can we bring it to something other than fintech and consumer tech, which is possibly the focus of a lot of the discussions there?
Thank you. So we are almost at our end, and I'm happy that we have nearly kept time and hopefully caught up for the next panel. But I have a last question to all our panelists. So a lot of you would be interested in figuring out a way to engage and understand how to partner with our panelists here. So my question is two parts. One is, tell us what you're working on that audiences can reach out to you for, that is in the transformation space. And the second is, what bets are you placing for the next 3 years in the areas that you're working on? So we'll start with Mr. Ravi.
Very quickly, we can show you, yeah, we can show you buildings in the city where we're able to do factor 3, 4, and 5 on API indices. We have to scale it up 10,000 times. Just in this city, fine. And those of you who run IT parks and other things, this can be done. And we have instrumented things. I have something which is less than 10 minutes from here. And that's only in the building sector. We run the biggest single challenge in the world on net zero buildings. There are about 2,400 students who come in from 100 institutions, including the IITs. The challenge that we have is that we have students who want to do stuff, work on real projects with many people, let's say from institutions in the room. We can't find them jobs in the industry, because if they don't get those jobs, your industries are not going to change. And India is going to take us to 1.5, forget about it. It's going to take us to 2 degrees and above. So the solutions are there, but we have to try and scale them. We're putting bets on people and also systems change. We train the system integrators in the country. The only system integrators we have at the moment are the IAS folks, and they have no clue, because I trained most of them. We've trained 2,000 of them over the last 5 years. They have no clue how to run urban systems. So you have nobody who can run your cities at the moment. We talked about sort of urban managers. There's no chance that you can get to 7, 8, 10% growth. You cannot replicate China without that capacity. So we have a huge, huge structural challenge here in our education systems, in our institutional systems. If you don't get the right people in the right place, you can do wonderful work on innovation, but the system won't shift.
Thank you. Jaya?
Thank you. Yes, so I think two things, right? I mean, one is that India is hoping to be a 30 trillion economy by 2047. At the same time, 3/4 of our urban infrastructure is yet to be built, right? So that's about over $1 trillion sort of investment opportunity. But we need to get this investment right in a way that we don't lock ourselves into decisions today. So when you build, for example, a flyover, that's not just going to last for the next 5 years, 10 years, right? It's going to last for 40 years. So you have to think about what kind of decisions and what kind of systems you're locking yourselves into, and you need to find a way to transition towards better systems. So I think one of the things that we're working on towards is a national urbanization policy, because cities today have no way of knowing, how to build, how to grow, where to grow. The master plans and all of the statutory documents we have, if you look across the country, they're failing us, and there's an inherent sort of flaw with that. So one is looking at a national urbanization policy so that you can understand not only how to deal with the challenges of urbanization, but also look at ways that you can benefit from the opportunities that it really brings. So that is one thing. And the other thing that we are really working on and hopeful about, again, back to data and innovations, right? One is on the data side, looking at developing frameworks which can help decision support systems. So when we're talking about the undercapacities of urban local bodies, of bureaucrats, of different people who work and are decision makers, how do you give them robust decision support systems? And how do you make it sort of data driven and evidence based? So that is one thing that we really want to focus on. And of course, innovations, because a lot of the people maybe sitting here and in the halls today are innovators. They're looking at how to make change. Now, what's happening is innovation, unfortunately, for the most part, is happening in the private realm. It's happening for private good. So whether it's, systems around, how to make water delivery efficient or how to make energy systems efficient, it's all happening in small sort of, closed places. And the idea is, how do you leverage this for greater public good? How do you onboard innovation for public systems? And there are many barriers there, starting from procurement challenges to, no institutions which can help with this problem. There are no, there's very low risk taking capacity of urban local bodies and bureaucrats. And then how do you overcome these barriers? And then how do you get to sort of narratives which innovators can actually use to talk about sort of the impact that they're having in the social realm, not just from the numbers that they're producing as part of their products, but looking at how is this helping on the social side, the environmental side, the economic benefits of that. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So one of the mission, statements of my research lab is to do advocacy of sustainable transport and mobility purely based on unbiased, data-driven, and research evidences. Anybody who has interest in supporting this and collaborating this is most welcome to talk to us. As I said, the clear focus that we have in terms of our research agenda is to look at transportation problems from the clear lens of development goals. And looking at that development goal and trying to see what we should look at our cities in future, I think the bottom line for urban transportation, urban transformation, is to make our cities more livable, or in other words, to improve quality of life of every individual. It's different than standard of living, and that should be the key, development agenda when we think about urban transformation. And now looking at the transportation lens within that, when people think about and talk about the future of transportation, there's a lot more discussion about smart mobility, connected and autonomous vehicles, use and more use of technology. While that's absolutely fine, it would have an important role. Technology will be an enabler, but that's not the total vision that we should have. I think when you have to think about, and this is also I say about Bangalore, many times when people ask me about how do you see the future of Bangalore and its mobility and transport system, I said to see that you should look back Bangalore of 60s and 70s, when a lot more people used to walk and cycle. I'm sure you would know, how our cities are and how many people used to walk and cycle. I think that is one aspect that we should bring it back in future if we really want to see our cities more livable. And improved quality of life of everybody. Technology can also be an enabler in how do you make people use more walk and cycling, how do you create more social spaces, how do you improve the social resiliency and social well-being of people. These are important aspects besides whatever technology that you think about for urban transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Raghu.
Yeah, so I am working presently at the confluence of a couple of things. One is technology and innovation. So the school that I founded and I'm running, called Manipal Innovation, Leadership and Entrepreneurship School, we are trying to bring innovation apart from the jugaad as an innovative mindset. Signed up a couple of MOUs with some universities in UK and the US, seeing how to make that happen. We also have a 5-time model to define entrepreneurship. What I'm looking at is there is the confluence of digital technologies which include telecom, generative AI, etc. There are the problems to be solved in urban transformation, which is energy, water supply, transportation, and one thing which we forgot is healthcare. So how can all these problems be got together? If you have an idea, I'm happy to work with you. There are 4 stages it goes through. One is a grant, where you get a grant. I'm happy to put you in Manipal lab, or we work with the Institute of Science lab. From there we get onto the seed stage, the Series A, and so on and so forth. But I'm more focused on what are the bigger problems that sort of then dive down into the smaller problem. Okay, so that is where we are at this point in time. I'm happy to talk to anybody who's on that particular thing, especially on some of the new problems, especially with 5G and generative AI. She asked us a question: what do you see in the next 3 years? I think in next 3 years, 5G is not going to be like any other telecom, because till 4G, everything, if you just make a call, that telcos made money. Today, if you don't have a UK use case, you don't make money. For example, we are working on a remote ICU in village areas to actually work on that. We're working on mental health and so on. We're working on robotics and mental health. The second is generative AI. I told you some use cases in the power sector. So those are the use cases that we would like to see happening a little bit more, which will transform actually at the grassroots level. The systems approach is very important, but at the same time, I represent the bottom-up approach where we take youngsters, get their ideas, get them funding, get them capital to make it come up to your systems level thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I understand we are out of time, so no chance of questions. You can find our speakers. I'm sorry, the relay was late, no thanks to us. But please find our speakers so that you can ask them anything that you want. Thanks for being a great audience. Thank you to our dear speakers.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. This was a wonderful session, and thank you to our esteemed panelists and our moderator as well for doing that. Could I invite on stage Mr. Narendra Madan, BTech Mechanical 1975 from IIT Delhi, and AC member for PAN-IT as well, to do the honors and give our panelists a small token of appreciation.
Thank you. You guys were
Just one,
all over.
please.
I just had to ask questions.
Last close. Okay, good. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. We'll start with our next panel in the social impact category. So our next panel is on rural transformation. The context is like this. So Indian society presents a picture of extreme contrast. India has more than 100 unicorn startups, at least 2 billionaires in the list of world's top 10. And yet, it still has a population of more than 10 crore people, which is about 10% of the population living in stark poverty, untouched by any of the government welfare schemes. While Indian brains are recognized as one of the best brains in STEM, all around the world, but the same education and its costs are increasing the educational poverty. While we are thinking of becoming the third largest economy of the world, in terms of our per capita GDP is now less than that of Bangladesh and Nepal. Big economy? Yes. Those are some stark numbers to look at. Is it a great economy? The question still remains a question. In our next panel discussion on rural empowerment, we have 4 social activists who have taken up the challenge to make a difference to the life of underprivileged section of rural India by enriching their income generation capacity in many different ways. Will they make a difference for what they have aimed for? We'll find out shortly. Our first panelist is an alumnus of BITS Pilani and the Indian School of Business, currently serving as a Senior Director at Center for Rural Development, CRD.
the Nudge Institute. CRD's mandate is to serve landless, small and marginal farming households living in extreme poverty, the lowest 10% of the society, who are not touched by any government schemes, even the MNREGA. At the Nudge Skill Center of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, he designed one-of-a-kind residential skill development program focused on helping underprivileged youth to lead a sustainable livelihood through awarding one-time grants. It is now helping lakhs of people across number of states in India. Before joining the social service sector, he has worked at healthcare, FMCG, research and consulting in organizations such as Reckitt Benckiser, GBI Research, and Frost & Sullivan. Ladies and gents, please welcome Mr. John Paul. Our next panelist is an alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. After 20 years working in companies such as Wimco, SRF, and Wipro, Srinivas co-founded Dawn Consulting, servicing the SME sector. He then established Rural Shores in 2008, a socio-economic venture with the objective of skilling and employing rural youth in their villages. Presently, he employs over 3,000 people across 12 villages in sunrise professions such as BPO, KPO, and software programming. Srinivas is also the Honorable Secretary of IIM PAC, an NGO by IIM batchmates, educating 60,000 rural children across 2,000 villages. Ladies and gents, please welcome Mr. G. Srinivasan of Rural Shores. Our next panelist is the co-founder and CEO of Cropin, an agtech pioneer that developed Cropin Cloud, the world's first industry cloud for agriculture. He founded Cropin in 2010 and by 2023 brought about adoption of digital technologies and predictive intelligence to transform the agri ecosystem across 56 countries. As of today, Cropin has digitized over 16 million acres of farmland and improved the lives of over 7 million farmers. He advises everyone from a 2-acre farmer to the government of Kenya on prediction of success of upcoming crops. He additionally serves as a non-official member of the Indian government's National Startup Advisory Council. Ladies and gents, this is Mr. Krishna Kumar. Pleased to have you, sir. A 1969 graduate in electronics and electrical communication engineering from IIT Kharagpur, he is a serial entrepreneur and a pioneer in the field of industrial automation in Industry 4.0. Having set up and exited multiple successful startups, he is passionately engaged in a number of social activities with the purpose of giving back to society. In addition to his many initiatives, he is the Executive Council member of IIT Wheels Global Foundation India and a former chair of PAN-IIT alumni. Ladies and gents, please welcome Mr. Ramnath Mani. Please, sir. Our moderator for this panel is an alum of Indian Statistical Institute and IIM Ahmedabad. He's a seasoned business leader and utilizes his skills to support social venture startups at his current role as a venture partner at Unitas. He founded Saital in 2002, which aims to improve learning outcomes at middle and lower tier schools. He currently also serves as the board for GyanPro, an organization aiming to promote scientific thinking among children. He was also a board member at Ants Consulting that has trained over 47,000 semi-literate youth and helped them find employment. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. K.L. Mukesh.
You know, the worst time to have a session is just before lunch or just after lunch. So thank you all very much for staying back. So we're going to talk about rural empowerment and impact. So let me start with a small story. Okay, so there is this village where ladies would go out, maybe walk about a couple of kilometers, go get water and come back. So the CSR initiative, somebody decided that, okay, well, let's get water to the village. Let's set up a few taps in the village and people can get water. They came, set it up. And then, interestingly, 6 months later, when they went back, the taps were destroyed. The question was who destroyed it. Turns out it was actually the women who destroyed it. So then the question pretty much comes that, okay, hey, what the heck? We made this to benefit you. Why did you destroy it? It turns out that for the women, the only time that they get to escape from their mother-in-law and family and go with their friends was actually to go and collect water. So when you build the tap, essentially they lost their social experience altogether. Now, from the CSR's perspective, hey, we're empowering these people because you're going to get additional time, you don't have to spend that much energy, and you can do other stuff. But from the perspective of the ladies, this is exactly what I don't want. So in general, okay, when it comes to empowerment and impact in the rural areas, it's very complex. Okay, there are structural barriers, there are social barriers, there are economic barriers, all kinds of things. So now, hopefully the session will be interesting and we shall get to learn a lot and hopefully remove the fog from our lens and learn more about it. So maybe we can start with some round of introductions as to about the organization that you work for and yourself. John, you want to start?
All right. Thank you. I'm John. Like he said, thanks for staying back. It's lunch. I'll keep it brief. I come from this organization called the Nudge Institute. We are a non-profit organization working towards poverty alleviation. We primarily work on livelihoods and economic empowerment as a means to poverty alleviation. We work in partnership with governments, private sector organizations, and non-profits. We're spread across now 10 states. I, at the Nudge, lead our rural development programs, again spread across 7 different states, primarily in the north, working with the poorest rural households, specifically the women in those households, to increase their economic outcomes.
So I represent rural shores, just like onshore, offshore, we said rural shore the jobs. So effectively our whole concept was, we saw all these boys, I'm not saying girls, boys, coming from all these villages to cities and taking a room, 4 or 5 of them, and then they spend all the income on travel, food, stay, and have nothing left to give it to their parents. They stay away from parents, they compete with the city-bred kids, and they become diffident, get into all bad habits. Why did I say girls? Because girls, the parents don't even send them out, right? So we said the only solution is we go to the rural. Instead of urbanization, we said ruralization. So we go and set up a center in villages, recruit the boys and girls from that area, and train them, skill them, get jobs from our clients, and have these boys and girls deliver those jobs from their villages, each one servicing some 10-20 villages around, and deliver to the clients from there. So instead of delivering from Bombay, Gurgaon, or Bangalore, we deliver from villages. So that is the concept with which Rural Shores has started. Today, touchwood, we are growing 3,000 plus girls, 3,000 plus girls and boys with us. Right.
Hi, this is Krishna. I'm a CEO and founder for Cropin. We started this company back in 2010, early in days, and the whole idea of Cropin was to bring data and intelligence to agriculture. And you know, when we talk about data and AI intelligence, the whole idea is to secure that outcome from that farm. We call it as a per acre value, which farmer, on which livelihood of farmer depends. We started in India. Today we have taken this, we built this India for the world. Today we have taken this technology from India to 92 countries now. We manage hundreds of crops, 500 crops and 10,000 varieties of those crops on our platform. Would have been digitized 30 million acres. And we would have computed intelligence on 0.2 billion acres of land for customers and growers who take advantage of predictive and prescriptive advisory, which will help them to secure that production from that particular farm. If you look at how do we do it, we built something called Industry Cloud for Agriculture, Intelligent Agriculture, and we try to understand every acre of land which comes on our platform. We try to understand the varietal traits We marry that data with satellite, weather, climate data, and we try to become very predictive that what disease can hit your farm in next 7 days, or whether your crop is moving 5 days faster or 15 days faster, so your harvest is going to come early, or what yield you can expect. And imagine if you can do it on plots, but can you compute that at the scale of a country? You can actually talk about the future of the corn in that country, and you can also solve the problem of food security, which you want to build a resilient food system for your country so that you are not dependent from outside. And these are some of the real-time problems we are working with the governments, enterprises. Some of the problems we are also solving is what is the future of corn in this country? What has happened in the last 5 years and what is going to happen in the next 5 years with the changing climate and the pressure which is getting built on? And can you use data intelligence modeling, deep networks to understand that and then predict that and help the government to take policy level decisions? And we do a lot of work with development agencies like World Bank, FAO, and we solve some of these challenges for them at scale. So we can zoom in into the farm of a farmer and help him to. So we can zoom into a farm and we understand that crop and help the farmer to become a better farmer and secure his production and livelihood. And we can zoom out to a country and we can help you to build a resilient food policy for next 5 years, crop by crop, right? So that's what we do in nutshell. We operate from Bangalore. We started this company from Bangalore, but we have offices in Netherlands and US because now we are not only we are helping the developing countries, but now US, LATAM, Europe are deploying this technology to solve their side of challenges as well. So that's what we do. Thank you so much.
I am part of a global part of Wheels. Wheels was started by a group of Pan-IIT alumni way back in 2006 when Dr. Abdul Kalam said that, the alumni of IITs should do something big and for the society. So it was started by a group of alumni both from the US and in India, addressing 6 major areas which we believed would benefit the society. The wheels itself standing for water, health, energy, education, livelihood, and sustainability. These are the 6 areas which we chose. And the way we work is that Wheels by itself cannot be engaged in all the projects. Therefore, we select partners and NGOs who really do jobs in these areas, which are scalable, which will actually essentially benefit at minimum 1 million people. That's some sort of a, threshold level, and it should be beyond that. And therefore, in 6 areas, we work with many partners who are all in areas which are related with these 6 areas, but are about to scale. We help them both by we are not a funding agency. Therefore, it's not that the only funding we do funding, but essentially we bring in technology, we bring the network of alumni all over the world, and we create a situation where we can help these NGOs grow beyond where they are. And essentially we are concentrated on rural transformation. At least 80% of the rural transformation. We believe we should be involved with that, and that's exactly what we do.
It's a very broad spectrum of expertise in the panel, so hopefully this will be an interesting enough discussion. John, let me start with you. Now, obviously, from a career trajectory standpoint, you've worked in consulting, I believe in Amnesty as well, so which is activism, and now Nudge. So you've gone through 3 different streams. And equally, I'm pretty sure you work with Rohini Nirkani, you work with the societal thinking guys, so you'll be familiar with the Samaj Sarkar Bazaar paradigm. Tell me, what do you think about how these pillars all operate? What has been your experience? Especially when it comes to the market failures, governance, all these things.
No, very important one, something that we wrestle with all the time at the Nudge. In my own world, if I narrow the problem statement down, in rural development, we work, we've grown up listening to this articulation of the Indian society as a pyramid, and then there is a fortune at the bottom of the pyramid. when I started working, said, okay, re-educate yourself. The society is structured as a diamond with an inverted pyramid at the bottom. And then the poor themselves are classified as the poor, extreme poor, and the ultra poor. And that these uh, different segments are different in their characteristics and therefore deserve contextualized specific solutions. A cookie cutter approach will not work. And what that means in the context of the question that you've asked is that Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar each have a different role to play in each of these three segments. So one of the programs that we run is for the poorest of the poor. Now, there are many names these days world over, the poorest of the poor, the ultra poor, the hardcore poor. Essentially, this is the bottom 5% of any rural community. These are communities that don't have access to water, access to PHCs, no assets, no land. 80-90% of their income comes from menial wage labor. So really, for generations, they've been in poverty and there is no way of getting out. No networks, no social capital, no education. For this particular segment, it's very hard to see markets serving them because there is no effective demand. They cannot afford the services that market offers them. And therefore, they are not able to participate. So microfinance wouldn't lend to them. Your agri inputs and services, they don't really make use of it. And so on. Even government programs designed to serve at large scale is not reaching them by design. You know, I can go and say, I will teach you a new method of agriculture, but they don't have land, nor are they, do they have access to water. So for this particular segment, in our understanding, there are only two. There is the Samaj, which is the civil society organizations, and then there is the Sarkar. But if you go one layer above, and this ultra poor category is a 30,000 rupee per year annual household income for the family size of 6 people. So there's very little, that they earn. 80% of their income goes to just food. So there's nothing that they can invest in empowering themselves. And then there is a layer above, think 60, 70, 80,000 rupees annual household income. They have some land. They do agriculture, not much to sell. There's not enough surplus, but they do sell. There is a role for all three. A greater role for civil society, governments, and of course, limited roles for markets. In this particular segment, markets don't jump in immediately. Especially in rural areas, the customer acquisition cost is so high that the markets don't enter immediately. One needs to spend time collectivizing in high density groups, set up the base, set up the social infra, and the call it the livelihood activity to a point where there's enough incentive for a market player to come in and serve them. So the early part of the work needs to be done much like Mr. Kurian did, or many collectives are doing right now. The early part of the work needs to be done by civil society organizations and governments to create that effective demand, post which the markets will enter. Okay, there is enough density, I'll supply, I'll buy from here. It's viable for me to run my operations right now. Why would I burn my own capital to acquire customers and coach them for a period of 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? And then there is the layer above, which is ready to access. I mean, I'm not saying it's easy, but markets have a ready role to play. I mean, farmers who can buy tractors, for example, as an example. So they do participate in markets. They can benefit from all the wonders of what markets have created for rural societies. So if one looks at it segment by segment, and there are differing roles at different stages of their journey, the hope and our purpose would be to move the ultra poor to the poor segment, and the poor to the extreme poor to the poor segment, so that they can access more and more of the market services and government services, and be economically empowered. So that's one way that we look at the role of Samaj Sarkar Bazaar in rural areas.
Specifically, you also have a graduation program, if I'm right.
Yes.
Can you just walk us through what the graduation program is?
It's a very powerful program. Thanks for asking. It's one of the, there is this fund globally called Livelihood Impact Fund that is listed 10 interventions of all the interventions that we have done, 10 interventions that are truly high impact and are scalable. So it's an and question. There are many interventions that are high impact, but they're not all scalable. So one among them is graduation approach. The others in the list are cash transfers, spectacles, immediately increases the incomes of people, and so on. So graduation approach is a solution targeted at the bottommost 5%. Fundamentally, the solution is designed for a household that is low on confidence, low on social capital, low on knowledge. They don't have access to resources. In contrast, if you see, I'll come to graduation approach. In contrast, if you see, today there are a lot of direct benefit transfer schemes that give 1,000 rupees a month or 2,000 rupees a month. It helps, but for this household, what it means is that it's 2,000 rupees going into consumption. It goes up and then goes down, goes up and then goes down. If you ask them to start a livelihood activity with 2,000 rupees, they can't. Right? A goat costs 5,000 rupees. The most basic of livelihood intervention. So, however, if you inject a significant amount of capital beyond a certain threshold, then these households will move from their lowest form of productivity to a higher form of productivity and gains enough escape velocity to go to a new orbit of productivity. And then post which this new activity is durable and they'll continue doing this activity for a very long time. But to push them, we need a big push intervention. Small injections of capital, nudges, seem to not work. The other one that's most important is hand-holding and coaching. For someone who's never done a new activity before, you need to teach them and coach them. More than teach, coach them step by step by step. And give them confidence when they lack it the most. When their livelihood is failing, go and support them. Connect them to all the government schemes. The most powerful of all of these is life skills and psychosocial support. How do you coach a household into doing something better with their life when they've resigned to living in this current situation and lost all hope? And the psychosocial support, what we call hand-holding, and this big push intervention put together becomes very powerful, where you can take a household from 30,000 rupee annual household income to doubling that household income in a time-bound manner by taking clear targets. And this is why it's so appealing that you can go to a government and say, you put X amount of money, I will take this household from X to Y, and with 80%, 90% success rate. And this is very appealing for the government, the Sarkar, to think about, because then they can really lift the household's productivity up to a point where they can start accessing other services, and all the government services become useful for them. So very powerful. The evidence has been published many times over. It's been adopted across 14 countries. The Nudge picked up this intervention years ago, started pilots, approached the government and said, this works. You've been trying to target and work with the poorest of the poor, but clearly there is a gap. If you feel there is a gap, do you want to do something about it? The government said yes. And this journey over the last few years have gotten to a point where we went from 1,000 households to now about 200,000 households in a short span of 1.5 years. And we are working across now 7 states, 2 central ministries. Quick adoption shows that the government can move really fast. There is this notion that we've had that it can move slow, but it's an intervention that really takes the ultra poor up a notch in their economic outcomes in a very short span of time.
Fantastic. Srinivasan, question for you. So I remember the first time I visited Bagepalli, there are a lot of women out there. Now, obviously, when you go set up what is essentially a white-collar shop in a rural area, there's a primary impact, looking into the employment and income, but there's also a secondary impact that will be there. Can you walk us through what your experience has been, both in terms of primary and secondary impact in the places where you set up centers?
Yeah. So, Bagepalli, as you mentioned, is one of the, actually the first center we started with, which is from 100 kilometers from Bangalore. Today we have 12 centers, so I'll talk on, each one has got a slightly different profile. And the 12 centers are names which possibly you would have never heard of. Uttaramerur, Tirthahalli, Bagepalli, Kopargaon, Davalgaon, Sausar, Sonari, Baitalpur, Jaleshwar, Biloda. These are the names where we have centers. And what happens in all these centers is to 3,000, so average is 100 people in a center to 500 people in some centers. So the primary impact, when you call of it, I would say the first impact is we are looking at social impact. So one is economic, yes, 100 people or 500 people in that village or 10 villages around get money and they are paid, we pay the full minimum wages, PF, everything. So they get a good income. If 100 people are there, something like 15 lakhs in a month is the money which flows into that economy. And in some places, maybe 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs. Now that sort of a money, when it flows, it leads to secondary impact in terms of so many other services, starting from transport, starting from tea, coffee vendor, mobile charges, name it, suddenly everything comes. And then they start acquiring assets which are useful for the house. The girls, there is an article written where the girl, one of the New York Times reporter, she came, she said, can I go with the girl to the village? We said yes, and she went and found, and the girl walks with the tag, because we give the tag for biometric entry. She carries it to the home, to the village, and all the other kids, they come and look at her as if she is a role model, and people come to her house. She became a star in that small village, and the parents told her, I mean, now we'll also send our girls to study because we know they can get a job nearby. That's what I would say is the real impact. Economically, of course, a lot of things. Some of the centers like Davalgaon, what it was 10 years back, and now you see a whole lot of development there, just like that. All because of one center. And normally in all these places where we are the largest employer. So
Fantastic.
that makes a big difference.
So, Krishna Kumar, question for you. Obviously, your journey is extraordinary. I can't think of any agri startup that has scaled to this extent in such a short span. Now, question for you. Obviously, you deal with a lot of diversity, so many countries, so many different types of products, so many different types of farms. Can you walk us through the challenges of diversity that you encounter? And how really do you, and the problem set itself, and how really do you go about solving it?
So, people ask me, how do you started the AgTech, right? Do you have a background in agriculture? And I always say that my grandfather was a farmer, but I don't know agriculture, right? I grew up in cities. I never knew why they migrated to cities. Or my father came to cities, and I got education. I become an engineer, and then I was working with GE. And I tell people that it was more of a EQ decision than the IQ decision I took that point in time. I didn't understood the complexity in agriculture. I thought I'm one of the best guys. I'm an engineer. I'm growing fast in GE. How do I use my knowledge to do something meaningful and has a larger impact on the planet? I started looking at multiple sectors and education, healthcare. But I thought, there are a lot of many people and talented people are solving for those problem statement. At the same time, there was news in the country that farmers are there are suicides because of the debt trap and because of the crop losses. And there was a World Bank report I was reading. And I thought, it's shame on us that we are sitting in Bangalore and somebody has to throw his crop in Chikbalapur because nobody is picking that tomato because the price has crashed to 30 paise per kg and the cost of production is much higher than that. I don't know whether there is a political reason behind that or there is an actual reason, but it intrigued me that we are sitting in a Silicon Valley. I never bought tomato less than 10 rupees in Bangalore or 8 rupees, right? It's very rarely we get that, why somebody is not able to pay. And I said, this is a problem. I felt that, that time 10, 13 years back, I should jump and I should go and solve these problems. I will solve all the problem by building a platform. But I realized it's a very, very complex industry. It's a very scientific industry. I mean, a lot of people think that what technology had to do with something as basic as agriculture. But let me tell you, there's a lot of science goes behind it. I coming from background from G, where we use a lot of data, Six Sigma, Lean Six Sigma to improve process or make a farm, a factory productive. But if you look at every farm is a factory, right? It's producing something, and there is a science behind that. And the question you asked me, the complexity and diversity.
Diversity, yes.
Right? Every crop is very different and react very differently when it changes, climatic conditions, soil, country, right? So the way the potato grows in Maharashtra, Punjab, UP, and the varieties, the way they react to the environment is different. But you take that potato, if you go and look at potato in US, Canada, Africa, they will have a very different behavior, or the practices are very, very different. The cultivars are very, very different. Very early, we realized we chose to work with the large enterprises, by design, because we wanted to play the tech role. And we got a lot of learning that, every time they're asking us to customize when we are going to from one crop to another crop or one country to another country, because we have to adapt the localization. And we said very quickly, next 6 to 8 months, that we have to be crop agnostic, location agnostic. That means you need to build a layer of a knowledge graph at the bottom when you are interacting with different crops, and that knowledge graph should help you to take this technology to any country on any crop, right? Today that is missing. When I started this journey, and I'm talking about the top-notch companies in this industry, they were on pen and paper, they were on calls, they used to go to, one of the guys told us that, if whole day my agronomist works in the field, then they go to the cyber cafe in the evening, they prepare Excel sheets, send it to headquarters, and that is happening across all the area where they're working. Somebody collates that, builds some forecast of production that is 30 to 40% off than actually what they will get at the end of in the season. That was a state. Now imagine every season we are losing that knowledge, because then we move to the next season, then the agronomists move to the other company, and some data is sitting in some silos. So how do you build this knowledge graph? The first challenge we had was to build the ontology of agriculture, that what data is important, how do you structure that, how do you keep it ready to mine it tomorrow or build intelligence on top of it. And we didn't have any parallel to go and see and say, okay, there is something existing and I need to replicate or make it better. We have to do from 0 to 1 transition, right? So while we were working with this industry, we were building our own hypothesis that what it means, data and intelligence in agriculture. When we discussed in Jharkhand, there was 2,000 varieties of
14,000
variety of rice, and we are now growing only 10, right?
Yeah.
How do you build? That's called the knowledge graph. Do you have that knowledge graph, 1,400 varieties, how they react, and if somebody grows that variety, does your model understand that variety or contextualize to that variety, right? I and you may go to Himachal, I can catch cold, you may not, because my tolerance is very different. So same, you can't have a model. I'll let him make it very simple. If I'm going to different varieties of potato in MP or Jharkhand, I can't run the same model. But then I can't build models for 2,000 varieties. What is a framework? How do you build those deep learning, transfer learning capability, so that if you have to deploy that in 2,000 varieties, can you do that in 2 weeks? Is there a framework to scale, right? Today we have deployed this. We work in 92 countries, 500 crops, 10,000 varieties. And can I deploy that in 2 weeks, all this intelligence which we are talking about, right? And that's the scale. You can run a POC on some varieties and it will work, but take that model to the next neighboring state, it will fail, because it has not been contextualized, not seen those scenarios. So those are the things we built for the scale, and we were lucky that our customers were working in multiple countries. So they very quickly took us to Africa, to Southeast Asia, somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Latam. Today, we are sitting on the world's largest data sets. I don't think any government, any enterprise, or any startup will have such a diverse data sets from different part of the world. And to train the models and then create versions of models very, very quickly to contextualize to the variety which we are the farmer is growing, and ensuring that his crop doesn't fail, what risks approaching, and modeling that out. I think we are still scratching the surface. We have taken 13 years, and I think there are a lot of work has to be done.
Fantastic. So, Mani, in your own world, okay, obviously your trajectory has been pretty interesting with a huge amount of manufacturing early on and now wheels. Okay, in wheels itself, you interface with multiple different stakeholders in different types of problems. Have you come across cases where, let's say, two different interrelated problems, you go over there, it has a multiplier effect? So to give you an example, let's say if you take health and livelihood, obviously anything that happens on health impacts livelihood. So what's the model like? Do you take a health organization and a livelihood organization, get them to work together? Or do they work in silos? What has been your experience?
The whole idea of this, terminology wheels, which, covers, as I said, water, health, energy, education, livelihood, and sustainability. They are all interconnected. I mean, and especially looking at it from a purely rural angle. I mean, not even an urban angle, a rural angle. It's totally interconnected. I mean, you can't have one without the other. If you have to bring in a sustained growth in these areas and alleviate the people from what level they are in to a much higher level. So obviously, the idea behind this, we really select partners who are specialists in one area, and they operate in that particular area. For instance, in Himachal, we are working with with an NGO which is doing regeneration of water in an area where it's hilly, the terrain is pretty bad, and we are able to regenerate the water source. Similarly, we do a lot of, well boring in areas where, the water levels have all completely gone down. These are all using some technologies. Similarly, in the case of energy, for instance, we have something called a RooCart. We are working with an organization which uses basically a creative design, material science, and to some extent water, without the use of electricity or battery, to create a refrigerated source for, let's say, food. We call it the Sub-Z cooler. So then if you go to health, of course, we have got telemedicine centers, telehealth centers, which connects, rural to the city doctors, hospitals, town hospitals, etc. We do similarly, we have got dispensers in a lot of villages where we are actually benefiting something like 46 million women for sanitary pads. If you take, and then for children in the livelihood area, we are doing a smart village in a place called Araveli, where it encompasses practically all these areas, all the areas that we talked about. Then we do eco schools where we are educating children from the age of from class 6 to 10 on eco education, climate change, fauna, natural birds, etc., to bring them to know what is the effect of the climate change and etc. that will happen to society as such, and we bring them on, more or less, we set up what is known as a green center, and around that schools, and then we have a lab there, and the children go there. And so this is going to mean, we are doing a pilot in Siruseri in Chennai, but we are going to take it across to at least 1 million children. Fantastic. Now, so when you take all this, they are all interconnected. And now each of these different NGOs, while they are handling all that, and I have to say, even 4 shows with Mr. Srinivasan said, we have tied up with CII, which brings us to a lot of industries and organizations and job areas. And in fact, for rural shows is a partner to Wheels. So we are all interconnected. Therefore, all of them are totally interconnected, and therefore, the whole ecosystem is part of our initiative.
Perfect. Kirti, how much time do we have? 12 minutes. Okay, so let me go with one question for them and one question for the audience. So anybody can pick this one. If you're to double or triple or multiply by 10, what are your barriers to scale? Is it technology, talent, capital, ecosystem? What is it? Anybody? Krishna wants to answer.
No. Okay, because for him it is
I think the adoption, when we started, there was no adoption. The kind of questions we were getting that, okay, how much GB I should budget in my smartphones to use this kind of a technology, or uh, or will my people able to use this kind of a technology, right? I think there are a couple of answers to this. You know, the industry itself is now at the stage where they're evaluating this kind of technology, how I can marry this with my business use case or workflow, right? Till 2014, there was no term as a AgTech in the industry. 14 or 15, there was no conferences which was very designed towards technology in agriculture, or data or intelligence in agriculture. So I've seen from where people were asking, okay, tell me what you do, and it's a very vague idea. Okay, how do I going to use this in my business process? Shall I say yes, no? Maybe technology is not ready. My people are not ready. I think I'm seeing this transition today in last 2-3 years, that they have their own thesis built internally within their organization, that this is going to be very important. Climate change and impact on agriculture is real now on the ground. Technology is ready to get adopted, and I see that pace increasing. Right.
So question pretty much is, so right now I think you're working with about 0.2 billion acres of land. So let's say if that 0.2 needs to get to 0.6, what are the barriers that you'll encounter?
I see agriculture in this industry is a slow adopter, right?
Mhm.
But I see we are sitting at the inflection point, and I'll able to answer this question next 2 to 3 years, because I believe from this juncture it has to be exponential. I may be wrong, based on the kind of interaction I'm having in different part of the world and the kind of adoption I'm seeing. Still, lot need to happen. But I can see the pull not only from the industry side, but also all the participants like banks or retails or growers who themselves want. They are very getting well versed with this some technology and intelligence. There is ask is also increasing, right?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So
Fantastic.
I think from here it has to go upward. I don't
Lovely.
see going south. Yeah.
Same question. Anybody?
And the world that we are in, with government being heavily involved in any last mile service delivery, what we've realized is that in India, funds are not a problem. We're a very rich country with a large poor population. So we've been able to also see that we've been able to get governments to commit to large scale schemes, special programs. So there is a political will and bureaucratic will to make that happen. The biggest, so that I don't see as a big barrier. The biggest barrier is how do you implement with quality last mile? What can technology do to enable that last mile? Because a million billion times zero is still zero. Government will very rarely shut down a popular scheme or a program. As long as it's politically viable, they'll continue to do it, even with poor quality. So how do we ensure quality implementation on the ground, and what are the best practices that we can learn from the private sector, from all kinds of sectors, and bring that into the rural development world? So the simplest example is the real magic of the graduation program is in agency building. How do you build confidence in that woman in a really poor household? Now, how do you scale that? How do you scale coaching? Very interesting problem statement for technology to come and play its own role. It can't entirely replace people, but one can think very creatively at scale. So that to me is a barrier, quality of implementation at scale.
Fantastic. Please.
Yeah, just a point. Actually, there are no dearth of NGOs who are wanting to do good for society in any of the areas. In fact, they are doing some wonderful work. What really happens is many of them are not known. They are not exposed. They are in a very small area. They do a wonderful job in that area. And obviously, they are unable to scale. One of the main purpose of Wheels is to actually identify those people and then scale them. And I think we provide a platform for them to scale. I mean, and if they are, I mean, really, I mean, interested and want to work. We are there to provide the technology, part of funding, part of networking, part of a very large market for their social enterprises, etc. Therefore, I think there is no limit to this. It's a question of how much effort we can put into it.
Perfect. I think we're running out of time, so I'll just take a couple of minutes and summarize. So one thing's for sure, if you take a look at the spectrum, okay, with John, it's very, very human intensive. It's also a very different set of constraints at the bottom of the pyramid. Okay, and when I take a look at Krishna Kumar, where there's a huge amount of technology, the ability to grow is much bigger. Of course, the nature of problems is different. The nature of solutions is very different. This will give you an idea as to when you really talk about rural empowerment and impact, it's not that straightforward. It's very, very diverse. To close, what I would really say is people are interested in this particular space. You may want to take a look at some models. Okay, so for example, one of the things that I work on as well is societal thinking. Okay, and if you go to the website, you'll find a range of organizations working on solutions that scale. And there's also a framework on how to scale. And you'll also see a course of that on Udemy. You might want to take a look at that. So with that, I'll close. Okay, thank you all very much. This is really good. And thank you very much for being patient listeners.
Right. Thank you everyone for the lovely discussion. It was wonderful. Could we please come to front for a quick photo op? Right, and we have with us Mr. Praveen Kumar. He's a GB member for PAN-IIT Alumni India to do the honors for felicitating our guests. Front, Praveen.
We have been used to receiving, not giving. Great.
Yeah. Thank you, Praveen. Thank you, everyone. We'll pick up our next panel of the day. It's another very interesting panel where we're going to talk about water. Water is life, and that's our next interesting panel. To give you a brief context, India has been a rain-fed agrarian economy with large parts of our agriculture suffering from perennial shortage of water for irrigation. On top of that, Indian cities have grown in all dimensions without any planning, and most of the cities are now water stressed. Bangalore itself is one of the biggest examples. After Cape Town, it stands second in the list of cities which is now expected to run dry within the next decade. Bore wells are now dug up to 12,000 feet deep because water level in Bangalore is extremely depleted. It is predicted by most that the Third World War, if and when it happens, will be fought on water and air. With such predictions for the future of Indian cities, the big question is, can we do a course correction at this late stage and have self-sufficiency in water? If yes, how? In our next exciting panel, we have optimistic water activists who will present their answer to this challenge. Our first panelist is a mechanical engineer and the founder and managing director of Maitri Aquatech. Maitri aims to sustainably combat global water scarcity with a remarkable innovation called the Meghdut, which is water from air. For sustainable water, Meghdut generates water from atmospheric humidity. Thanks to his efforts in Thanks to his efforts in aiding communities facing water crisis, Maitri Aquatech has won countless accolades such as Global SDG Pioneer for Water Stewardship by the UN and the Global Water Award from the Prime Minister of the UAE and the prestigious KPMG Global Tech Innovator Competition. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. M. Ramakrishnan. Our next panelist claims that there is perilous source of water which would never dry up is the wastewater. According to him, treated and purified wastewater can meet 60% of the requirements of fresh water. As an alumni of IIT Madras and Vanderbilt University, he has mastered the art of wastewater recycling and started Ecotech Engineering for wastewater management in the year 1986. He has already installed a few hundred of such plants and maintains them too. He hopes to secure our future from water scarcity by wastewater treatment. Ladies and gents, can you please welcome Mr. Anil Volavasar on the stage. Our moderator for the panel is an alumni of University of Pittsburgh and a seasoned investment professional with 18 plus years of investment banking and asset management experience across sectors. She recently co-founded a $40 to $60 billion India-focused growth stage impact equity fund using PIWOT as a partner under Unitas Capital umbrella. The fund's thesis is to invest in entrepreneurs building companies that focus on access, affordability, and inclusivity of the undeserved communities and environmental sustainability in India. She has also been recognized as a 40 under 40 alternative investment professional in India and also mentored several startups and is a guest lecturer on climate and financial inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, can you put together the hands for Ms. Richa Natarajan?
We thought free lunch was bad. During lunch is even worse. But hopefully people will slowly trickle in. Yeah, please come in front. I mean, it's not that many people, but if you come in front, it might be nice. So, as we begin this panel, it's really about water. And I think Saurabh very nicely illustrated how Bangalore itself as a city is going through this crisis, and meaning from here, he experienced it on a day-to-day basis, as others will say as well. Well, I'll just start with three thoughts of why I think this is important. Water scarcity is going to be a global economic threat, and certainly for India, and perhaps China and other countries as well. India has only 4% of fresh water resources available, and we know what our population looks like. And 85% of that fresh water gets used up in agriculture. So is there a lot left for folks to drink? Perhaps not. 3/4 of rural India today lacks access to drinking water. So pipe drinking water doesn't exist for 3/4 of India, and we know what the problems that results in. We know that there's over 250 districts that have overexploited groundwater, and so there isn't that kind of water tables that were there when many of you were kids. Certainly when I was a child, but I think certainly when all of you were as well. And there's arsenic and fluoride found in most districts in the country today. So which means the water we're consuming is extremely dangerous for us and certainly not healthy, so we need solutions to that. And RO hasn't been the solution for it. So I'm really excited to have these two panelists here, both of whom have done some incredible work on different sides of the equation of water. And I'll start with Anantha right here. You've done so much work around STP and ETPs, and we talked about it before this panel as well, that as Saurabh said, 60% of water can actually be regenerated. And if you have an HVAC system, it's actually 80%. Now those are phenomenal numbers. And then if you can convert that water into potable drinking water, that's even more sort of mind-boggling and groundbreaking if you can. So what's the kind of technology that you have used to get to that solution. But also, as you start that, maybe a little bit of backstory of why, what got you interested in this? You were doing lots of other interesting things before this.
So I think my interest in the environment started when I was in IIT class. My project work was on air pollution modeling. And then after I completed my CHE and went to Vanderbilt, it was an excellent course in wastewater management, headed by Professor Eckenfelder, who was considered the guru of wastewater treatment. So so I shifted my focus onto wastewater. This was in the 1974 onwards, at which time there was not even an act, Water Pollution Control Act in India. The act came in the year 1974, when the government said people have to treat the wastewater to certain quality, and then before they discharge either onto land or into the sewer or into the ocean. So I don't know. It was just luck. I think maybe just passion for something which was new at that time. I shifted to wastewater treatment, and then we did advanced wastewater treatment at that time. And those days, most of my batchmates from IIT went to the US, came back there. But my professor said, you go back to your country. Your country will need this kind of skill much more than the US. And that's when I came back. So I started my career in this wastewater business in 1979. That's when I came back from the US. And since then, I've been focusing on this particular area. Initially, it was all industrial wastewater treatment. There were not too many of the STPs around. STP is the sewage treatment plant, ETP is the effluent treatment plant. Many effluent treatment plants are textile, sugar, brewery, distillery, and so forth, pulp and paper. And these are wastewaters that are much more difficult to treat than simple domestic sewage. And all these projects were excellent. We did a very good job. I started my career in a company called Dor Oliver, which was one of the pioneers in this field of wastewater treatment, an American company. And then we used to do large municipal scale projects as well. So I have a lot of hands-on experience in not only designing these treatment plants, but also executing hands-on experience what makes one an expert in various aspects of wastewater treatment. And that kind of a skill, that kind of a practical knowledge, I find people don't get these days from the colleges, even with the BTech, they simply do not understand what it really takes to design a treatment plant, to operate a treatment plant, to maintain it. So that has been my focus, and it's been a passion with me. And we are fighting all the time because we are trying to sell something, a sewage treatment plant, which nobody wants. So that is the
Well, it's interesting you said that you want to sell a product that nobody wants, and we all know that's extremely hard to do. You're always trying to build for the customer. So, what is that one selling point that convinces a customer that what you're doing is good for them? And what are the benefits that you talk about to really make that switch and that change? And how has that evolved over the years?
No. See, I shifted my focus to these decentralized urban STPs, as I call them, which came about in the starting in the year 2006, when the government mandated that residential complexes, commercial complexes, malls, hotels, hospitals must have put up their own STPs. That was not the case earlier. Earlier, only the industrial factories had to have a treatment plant. I shifted my focus at that time, and unfortunately, the customers then were the builders. The builders and developers who set up these treatment plants. And initially, the mindset was just set up a treatment plant just for the sake of it, get the NOC, get the approvals, and go on, hand it over to the residents, and that's it. That was the mindset. Nobody even thought of STP as a piece of infrastructure which is going to be the most critical piece in the entire development. Today, you see, STP in a large residential complex is the only infrastructure which pays back, which gives you back money. And if you are in a large residential complex, let us say 500, 600, 1000 flats, and if you have a good STP, it is like a gold mine. As I said, you can recover 60% of the STP treated water, and that much amount is the saving in freshwater purchase cost. So it is actually a gold mine. And as you said, in a commercial complex like a mall, Phoenix Mall here, it's a 500 KLD STP which never worked because they used the wrong technology. Somebody did the STP. But about 7 years ago, we set it right, and we have been running it. And every day, the STP gives back about 50,000 rupees. That is the kind of saving in freshwater. But more than the economics of a good STP now, we are highlighting the water security aspect of a good STP. Yeah, you may be saving money, but then 2 years, 5 years from now, even if you are willing to pay 500 rupees per kiloliter, water will just not be available, fresh water. And this is where the water security comes in. And I'm glad the Prime Minister of our country has actually understood this, and not many of the builders have still got water. They still go the old way, try to compromise, and they are all middlemen. The ultimate users are the people who are buying the flats and they are going to live with the STP for the next 30, 35 years, 40 years. So we work for their benefit, not for the benefit of the builder, who is just an intermediary, who just takes money from the flat owners and gives it to us. So I look at them only as the intermediaries. So we do not work for their benefit, we work for the welfare of the ultimate user.
It's fantastic. Maybe I'll just move to Ramakrishna sir. You know, when he first told me what he was doing, which was 7 months ago, it sounded a lot like science fiction. Can you really get water from there? And it's not just a pet project, it's not at large scale, it's not one of the pilots that have been done, but he's now in 31 countries who's studying it. You know, done several installations, hundreds of installations, and has a technology that is actually functioning. And to Sir's point here, is one which works with price parity. So why don't you tell us a little bit of your backstory, and then we can go more into make group and what you built there.
Childhood, I've seen getting fever in my father was in I've seen my mother getting up at 2 o'clock in the night, only worrying about how to get the buckets of water. And I've seen close quarters. I've seen my mother getting up, my father getting up in the middle of the night and worrying about the water because there was no water. And there was one common well which was there for this entire the particular colony or locality. And they used to work and we were not sure where it comes. I think what I have seen 45 years back, what I have done is still there in my product and many places. So, on the other hand, there is 13 billion liters of water is produced at any given point of time, which is more than all the rivers put together in the world. And it gets replenished 41 times in a year. See the dichotomy. We have 13 billion liters of water. On the other hand, there are places where people don't have water to drink. People are dying. Flora fauna is dying. So that's, and I stay in Hyderabad, very close to Hyderabad, there is a place called Nagona. Thousands of people have died in there because they are suffering from fluoride problem, and there is no solution. Unfortunately, the best of the technology in the world is not able to find solution for arsenic and fluoride and uranium. So this is what inspired me. I was working and all. So way back in 2016, I incorporated something for my project. 2018, we sold our first machine, and I'm happy that the machine is working very well even today. From there on, we have almost close to 60 to 70 installations globally, 31 countries, and the most important part is that there are large corporate clients. Out of the top 5 global companies, $1 trillion companies, 4 of them are our clients. The first one is buying almost 4.5 crores, and the relationship is on. And many of them, all of them are for matter, apply this. So idea is just so much of water in the air, and why can't we do and make the world a better place to live? So we use a very simple technology, condensation technology. The first patent of condensation technology was filed in 1910. Nothing new to the world. But unfortunately, we have to commercialize it. So all the while the people are thinking that they will make water from air in a small 10 liter, 15 liter. What Mythili brought to the table was we started making water at the scale. Because the problem of what is at scale, not at a small machine. You need water and everything, and the world needs a lot of water. So that's exactly, and most important, we are 100% made in India, designed in India, not even a screw is imported, everything is in India. And we are the most efficient, power efficient machine in the world, and all the data I'm telling you is in the public domain, you can compare anywhere. My 3 aquatic machine is the most power efficient and yield efficient machine in the world.
Thank you, sir. It's obviously very, very exciting, right? Especially in what you said about being built in India for India. And you're not just taking from India, you're building in India for the world. And you put India on the global map, which a lot of companies today aspire to, a lot of startups aspire to. So it's fantastic that you've been able to achieve that. You know, one of the things you touched upon was you're extremely efficient, both in terms of power, but ultimately it ends up even in terms of cost. And how important is that cost factor? Because today, as a consumer, I don't really want to pay too much more. I don't have enough awareness, and I definitely do not want to pay 2, 3, 4 times what I would pay for regular water that I would get in Bangalore from my Kaveri bill. So how do you think about price, and how are you seeing consumers' acceptance of it?
I would like to touch upon the price here, because you have to understand the problem holistically and what exactly we are facing. Let me give you some data points, which will give you the conviction of why this is important and why we should invest in this technology. India today have 18% of the world population and have only 4% of the water resources. We have 18% of the world population and only 4% of the water resources. And this is the data as of today. And it is, the gap is increasing. Population is increasing, so is the water levels are coming down. Number 2. In 1947, per capita water availability was more than 5,000 metric cubes. Today it is less than 1,500. So we are celebrating 75th year of our independence. Unfortunately, the water level has come down by 75% in the last 75 years. Every year we are losing 1% of per capita availability of water. And the existing gap between our requirement and what is available is going to, by 2030, is going to be 50%. Demand supply. Demand is going to be 50% more than the supply. So, and where is the water finally? We have got all the, and what we need water as a sustainable source. RO that is so popularly used is one of the most water that are made an assumption that we are going to have a uniform rain and India is going to have water and there will be water in the null and but we do not know. One drought is enough to cause out the problem. And what we are now talking about, deficit of 50% in 2030 can be as early as 27 or 26 if there is a drought. What is happening in Somalia, Australia, elsewhere in the world, it has happened to why, and El Nino effect can cause out the whole thing. So it is important that we invest in alternative technologies, innovative technologies to make water available, and there's so much of water available in the country. That's why I think 13 billion metric cubes is available, and there is a technology. While our technology is about energy agnostic, more and more solar energy we get it, we will be able to give the water less than 1 rupee per liter. It's a question of prioritizing. When the today more animals die out of thirst than poaching. Children today 85% of our diseases are waterborne. 50% of the hospital beds are on waterborne. Time that we start investing in water, time that we prioritize, and whatever renewable energy we are talking about, portion of it should come to water generation. I'm sure this price point will become irrelevant when there is no water. We talk about all the rivers and water available. I'm telling you, go to a place, and if there is no water for a day, then you don't mind spending water. Why do you want the states to come and be interested? Why not be in the site? Whatever you are talking, I think the state between all of the people were installed solar in every part of now it has come down because the investment and technology has happened. I'm sure whatever you are talking about, you are too. You are talking about 1 rupee 50 paisa, 1 rupee 70 paisa, because we take 0.25 units kilowatt hour for making 1 liter of water when we use grid power. And we assume that if it is 6 rupees a unit, it is 1 rupee 50 paisa, because the proportionate cost of the machine is very less over a period of 15 years. Lesser the cost of the power, if the government starts subsidizing the power or government starts investing in solar and things for the power, we should be able to take the whole 75 paisa per liter.
I think that's a fantastic point because just like you rightly said, whether it's solar, there's a whole bunch of industries where we've seen the technology curve the prices come down. And at some point it intersects and in fact it starts becoming more cost effective to go down resources. Besides the fact that when you run out of the resource, what is the price there? There isn't really a price. So we want to make these changes today so we don't reach those points as well. So very, very well taken points, sir. Completely appreciate what you're saying. Anand, so you were talking a little bit about the Prime Minister and really pushing this agenda on treatment and wastewater treatment. And water ends up being a state and central subject. So how do you see regulations? Has it been helped you advance your business or has it been an inhibitor to what you've been doing?
ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಟಜಿ ಆಗ ಮೋಸ್ಟ್ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಲೈಟ್ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಹಾರ್ಮೋನಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡೋ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಹೋಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರು ಕೇಳೋಗಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ
typically you see the government subsidizes water or in some places and on the backside they allow you to pollute. When the STPs do not work, the mindset is not to set right the STP or make it functional, but just throw it out. And it is also allowed by the government fellows who are supposed to enforce the laws and rules. So on the front end you get free water, subsidized water. At the back end you are allowed to pollute. So there is absolutely no incentive for people to run an STP, which especially the builder has given, and they have inherited an STP which is this one. So why throw good money after that? That is the mindset. But we have seen again and again and again that even if you take up a dysfunctional STP and you put in necessary money, maybe it is 50 lakhs, 60 lakhs, 80 lakhs, even 1 crore, the payback, the return on investment is a matter of few months in terms of cost of fresh water. And the other thing you asked me, the earlier question, we can make potable water out of STP. In fact, in one of our complexes in Whitefield, called TZ Homes, we have been generating potable quality water for more than 10 years, and people have been drinking it. So it is nothing new, and we do believe maybe 5 years, 10 years from now, that will be the only source of water for us for potable quality. Because the PWS, see, all this happened when the rule came in 2006 that the individual apartments must have STP. I was totally against. The question I was asking is, it is the government's job to supply water, to treat the sewage and do whatever. And that's why they are collecting the taxes. But now more and more I'm beginning to think that it's a very far-sighted rule. Because the government is still not able to supply the necessary quantity of water in the necessary quality. But then you have an STP in your own backyard, in your own basement, you can treat it and you can recycle and use 60% of your water requirement for all secondary uses is met. We are operating and maintaining more than 90 odd plants in Bangalore, Chennai, Pune, Hyderabad. And we have seen across all our STPs, we are able to recycle 60% of the STP water. And that ensures your water security. Dependence on third-party sources, borewell, tanker fellows is not there. And when your STP is good, you are guaranteed good quality of water for all these secondary uses, mainly toilet flushing, for garden use, or car wash, vehicles wash, common areas. This we have seen. And if you have a good STP using the right technology, which is what I'm advocating, let me give you some numbers. Bangalore itself has more than 3,800 of these STPs, small-scale decentralized STPs in residential, commercial complexes and so forth. 80 to 85% or more are dysfunctional to various degrees because of selection of wrong technology. Many of the consultants, the environmental consultants, EDP consultants, architects, do not understand STPs. I don't understand why a simple thing like sewage cannot be treated when we have done industrial EDPs for much more difficult wastewaters like from a bulk drug industry, from a refinery, petrochemicals and so forth. Sewage is the easiest thing to treat, and sewage is sewage across across the
ಅಲ್ಲಿ
world.
ಪಾಸ್ ಇದು ಅಲ್ಲೇ ರನ್ನಿಂಗ್ ಅಲ್ಲೇ ಇದೆ ಅವ್ರು ಪಾಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ಆಗಿದೆ.
But then again, the mindset is compromise. So many times the weather asks me, what is your what is the cost of what is the footprint for a winter and that's why he puts it in
ಊಟಕ್ಕೆ ಹೋಗಿ
what is the footprint, what is the tank volume, what is the energy consumption, what is the consumption. But the $1 million question he doesn't ask, will your STP work? So that is the question he should ask, not worry about all these things. And when your STP works, you have a total peace of mind for life. I have seen many residential apartments where the residents have to suffer through these STP for the rest of their life. They lose their sleep, they lose the peace of mind, everything because of the STP. One particular case still in my mind. 25 people from an apartment complex in Yelahanka just descended on my office and said, we are not able to use our toilets because if we use a flushing, the entire flat gets odor, malodor. Absolutely. Just imagine what kind of a life they are going to live, fearing to use their toilet for the rest of their life. So that is what a good STP is. And it all boils down to selecting the right technology, using the right engineering, and then the operation and maintenance. There are 4 pillars of a good STP. Selecting the right technology, doing designing it as per the technology's requirements, using all the design criteria, then engineering it properly, and then operation and maintenance. All 4 key aspects have to be completed. You cannot make up for a poor design by better. Similarly, poor engineering you cannot make up for it by better operation and maintenance. So all 4 have to be perfect, and that is what we are advocating, and that is what is lacking in most of these areas. So believe me, and after this TZ got huge publicity about a couple of months back. MLA, Municipal Secretary, Environment, or 50 of the government people descended on TZ, and it was widely reported. And many apartment complexes are now coming to us saying, we also want to go the drinking water, potable quality. So I think it is opening up, people are beginning to understand the importance. But the first thing was, first and foremost requirement is a good STP front end. Then you can put advanced the costs. You need a good STP to meet your statutory requirements and other things. It only takes another 30 to 40 rupees per kiloliter to bring it to potable quality. So you can imagine a large size STP, the treatment plant cost is about 20 rupees per kiloliter, the treatment cost. You add another 30 to 40 rupees to bring it to potable quality, then you are in business. So tanker water is going to cost and availability is not just that cost, but even the guaranteed availability. That's why I say STP is the only guaranteed perennial source of water for all your requirements, and in the future it is also going to give you potable water for your future.
So there's sometimes what you said, regulatory push has allowed for at least the builders to now go out and buy the STP, but certainly there is no real desire for quality, which is what we're advocating for. And Ramakrishna, sir, on your side as well, have you seen regulation to be influenced and seen it to be positive and development business? And what can regulators do to help you actually spur this out? It is a new technology at the end of the day. New technology from a commercial scale perspective, not a new technology by itself.
I don't think world has a luxury of regulation. We don't have much water to put regulation. There is no water. Wherever for us, first there is no water. We will have to understand it from a larger context. That is, whatever we are talking, demand side management is happening, is not happening. It's only supply side we are trying to do water management, whether it's one source, treatment plant, or rain harvesting, or anything. But where are we managing the demand side? We are not educating the people. There is no behavioral change. There is no efficient consumption of the water. So we are let go all the things, and we are only trying to meet the entire requirement to supply side, which may not.
Excuse me, is there an additional mic? Sir, is there an additional mic? So all the mic is there on.
Is there
How many are there?
safe drinking water source available for you other than buying the water? 20 years back, 25 years back, when I was in college, most of you we used to drink water in the railway station. We used to drink water in the ordinary. Today, can we afford to do that? Can we dare to drink the water in the railway station? What has happened to the quality of water has come down so much, and there is no safe drinking water. And whatever water we are buying in plastic bottles, again, we are getting a lot of plastic into the environment. And there is something called polyfluoroalkyl substance, chemicals, and they are present. And companies like most of these companies, I don't want to name, there is billions of dollars lost in the world. PFS is there, and hardly there is any safe drinking water. And we, I'm not talking from this water doesn't touch the ground, so there is no microbial contamination. So half of the problem is solved. Then the water that we draw from the air, we go through multiple filters like air filter where the suspended particles are taken out, then there is a lot of carbon filters and all that, which will remove rest of the dissolved gases. And finally, we do dosing. So by dosing, we add the required electrolyte and minerals which are otherwise not there in the air when we draw the water, and we make it potable. So it's 100% sustainable. And so what has happened? I don't think government or anywhere in the world is luxury of putting any regulation. Is more important than they enable us more. They enable this technology to right investment. And of course, there can be some regulatory compliances based on some usage and all that, but I think the government should do more on the demand side management than on supply side management. Most of the things are happening. We have to educate the common man. Where is the sensitization process until how many people understand what is the value of water? They think about they still talking in terms of price of water, but the value of water is much more. And today's seminar should have been instead of water for all could have been easily named as life for all. What is life? Where are we going to do? And this is life for everyone. And we have to invest. And that is where we have to sensitize and make the people more aware of it.
Can we open up for the questions?
Yes, absolutely. Why don't we do that?
Thank you. My name is Jagdish. I moved from January 8th to 4th and realized there's a problem in January 4th. One time just the fee. Small independent one. So the SPP fees that we mentioned or another aspect. Is there a way to make this whole business as a service rather than saying buy the unit? You pay for the service, like you have to do something on that and you pay by hour or pay by liters kind of thing. So that it scales up. Versus when you set up a unit and you maintain it yourself, people don't know how to do it. So just thinking if there's a better way to solve it. Same thing for rainwater harvesting for me. In the sense, pay the service, so you pay to it. Trying to help, I'm just trying to help. I have no idea. I'm very
Water at the time is cost is available with us. Not only to houses, but also given this large population because it's easy for revenue to capex. It is already there, and some of the large global companies are already having that. And as the right said, there is no need to worry about the technology, there is no need to worry about the machine and the performance and everything, and everything is comfort, and you only pay per liter, and you will pay as per your use. It's already available in your week and it can be done. As far as our atmosphere water is regarding that. STP also we have a, what I call the EcoPEX model. We put in the money for your treatment plant, whether it is a brand new or whether it is a surgery. Surgery is a dysfunctional STP. We will put down the money and collect it as an EMI over a period of 5 years or 7 years, where we'll operate and maintain it and give you the water. But unfortunately, we are not able to give it for a residential complex because there is no security, no surety. For corporate sales.
ಹಲೋ ಸರ್, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಜಿಯೋ ಮತ್ತೆ ಏರ್ಟೆಲ್ ಅದು ಹುವಾಯಿ ವೊಡಾಫೋನ್ ಇದೆಯಲ್ಲ ಸರ್,
Unfortunately,
ಅಷ್ಟಿದೆ
in
ಸರ್
residential
ಡೌನ್ಲೋಡ್.
complexes, we find one of the biggest hurdles is the management committee keeps changing
ಇವಾಗಲಾ
every
ಸರ್?
year, and not everybody has the same kind of
ಹಾಂ ಸರ್.
outlook. Every
Okay, sir.
management committee which changes just wants to
ಹಾಂ
get
ಸರ್, ಕಳಿಸಿರಿ
the
ಸರ್
maintenance cost down, irrespective of how
ಇಲ್ಲೇ
it
ಇಲ್ಲ
is
ಸರ್ ಯೂಸ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
Yeah. So this is the problem we face, and this
Okay,
EcoPEX
sir.
model is fantastic because it gives total comfort for builder. But BWS will be there. Yeah. No, I have dealt with the BWSD and I have dealt with BWSD and government agencies for years and years. In fact, it is all just they just talk. See, I wrote the STP guide at the request of the PCB, Pollution Control Board, in the year 2011. After that, they have asked me for so many reports and other things, technical reports. I have given them everything. All they have done is put it into the dustbin. 3 years, 4 years ago, the NGT wanted every pollution control board to appoint one person to as a subject matter expert in wastewater management and head the monitoring cell of the NGT. I was selected as the subject matter expert. I gave a white paper on how we should go about ensuring that pollution in Karnataka is gets under control, specifically in relation to the pollution of the lakes. If you see, for the last 12-15 years, we have just been talking about the lakes getting polluted. Nothing has improved in the last 15 years, only because of this. It is all in paper. I have given a white paper on how to go about it, but again, it has not seen the light of day. So I have lost trust in the government agencies. So we must help, the citizens must be helping us. That is the only way out. But otherwise, just not possible.
I think to get to that net metering point, essentially what you're doing with solar is not as simple in their case as it was today. But is there hope? Perhaps there is. I think maybe that's a conversation to have for later. So one more question.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Krishna Kumar, and this is just to you. You mentioned something about how the air is full of so many billion cubic meters of water, and your equipment is specialized in condensing that and giving you fresh water. How does it work in different across the country where, I don't know, is it humidity which determines the content of the amount of water in the air? Whatever. How does it work and how does the efficiency change in different locations?
Condensation technology itself works in DuPont, which is a function of condensation technology itself works in DuPont, which is a function of temperature and humidity. So I think so the higher the DuPont, easier for us because the delta is higher, so we get more water. But what happens is, you are right, it varies. Like when the low humidity, high temperature, like what we have in desert, the water yield will be less. Well, low temperature, high humidity, again dew point comes down, again the water yield will be less. But generally our observation, our technology has been designed, that's why the metrics has come on how to become the world largest. In the worst case scenario, it gives you around 40% of the weighted output to 120%. Well, that's like what in Chennai. Chennai country, we have large number of instances in Chennai, I think about 200. Most of them work more than 100%. Because the temperature and the humidity are perfectly aligned. Whereas in Rajasthan, where we have Jodhpur and all that, there we get 40. Even in we have a lot of stations in Saudi Arabia, UAE, and all that, where the efficiency is slightly lower. So that we have designed. There are multiple technologies. Condensation technology in isolation is generally meant for where the humidity, temperature, and all that are reasonable. Otherwise, can also give a combination of desiccant and condensation technology, where we use some zeolite like silk carbide and all that, and we still make up for the night temperatures when the temperatures are low or the humidity is low.
सर अभी चालू नहीं हुआ है ना
Combination of single technology can be used.
This is the last question. I'm from Bahrain. Yeah. Sir, my name is Prakash Mohan. I'm based in Bahrain. So my question to you is this: in order to use your machines, what the scale at which it is to be used? Can the households use your machine, or it has to be at the community level? And you said you have installed in Saudi and UAE. So I'm looking from that perspective. Because Bahrain has excellent. So just if you can explain what is the scale at which it can be used.
The smallest of the machine is around 25 liters per day. The largest machine that we have, single machine, is 5,000 liters per day. The larger than that cannot be taken in the container. Because of 20-feet container or 40-feet container, there is a height. We are giving the Indonesia capital now because the capital dedication, the new capital is built in Bangladesh, where it is distributed. And we are talking about million liters. But they will be modular approach. So, and see, what is the first criteria of this? I think this is very important question you asked, let me take it. When we talk about the water, it should be distributed, it should be dependable, predictable, and sustainable. So now the distributed nature of water is very important. So even 1 million liters should not be unlike a desalination plant and all. I can put a 10,000 liter plant multiple places and still make it distributed. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Show them to around if you have more questions.
Thank you so much. It's been a wonderful panel and really amazing questions. Thank you, Richard. I would like to call answer to give us some
Thank you.
Huge round of applause to everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, panel. Can I have one quick photograph and then we'll break for lunch? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll continue with the next panel for 20-minute break and then. Then we continue. Thank you so much.
The vagaries of nature are becoming more and more frequent. Witness this. Chennai is reeling under flood-like situation due to heavy rains. Tunnel has collapsed in Uttarakhand. Cities like Ahmedabad and Rajkot are turning to Kashmir because of 1 feet of hailstorm and snow. And all of this is happening in less than 15 days in the recent time. And these are man-made calamities. Traffic in Bangalore is a case in point. On top of that, increasing atmospheric pollution and rising temperatures deliver doomsday warning to the entire world. Can India battle and come out successfully in its battle against climate change? Let's listen to speakers of our next panel, which is a mix of activists and specialists. Our first panelist is an alumnus of IIT Madras and co-founder and director at Terra Green Private Limited. The company focuses on growing a special sustainable variety of bamboo or agroforest to help fight the adverse impact of climate change, act as a sustainable renewable source of biomass, and also raw material for a variety of handicrafts. He has over 40 years of experience in leading capital-intensive projects and startups. He was instrumental in setting up and operating a $750 million line of credit from IBRD World Bank. Ladies and gents, please welcome Mr. Krishna Kumar Raman. Our second panelist is an alumna of Managing Global Governance, MGG Academy, organized by the German Institute of Development and Sustainability, and a PhD from Tata Institute of Social Services. She is a senior research analyst with the Climate Resilience Practice Program at the World Resources Institute, India. Her research focuses on gender equality and social inclusion while addressing issues such as climate change, food security, and migration. Prior to joining WRI, she has worked with the International Crops Research Institute for the semi-arid tropics, which is ICRISAT, Parancheru, and Tata Institute of Social Sciences, TIS, Mumbai, across various research and leadership capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ananya Chakravarti. Moving on, our next panelist He's also an angel investor, an evangelist, a thought leader and influencer in the startup ecosystem. He's a best-selling author, having authored 8 books, and also writes for the center page of Mint quite often. He has been part of the leadership team at 5 high-growth startups, 3 of which went on to become unicorns. He shall present us with his views on products and innovations which can fight climate change, such as biodegradable plastics. Ladies and gents, please welcome with a big round of applause, Mr. T.N. Hari. Our next panelist has a passion to bring positive change to the society by reducing the impact on climate change and contributing towards poverty reduction. She has been in the energy sector as operational, in operational consulting and finance roles for the last 17 years. She's an alumni of IIT Roorkee and INSEAD and has helped building the energy access portfolio of work at the World Resources Institute. And presently, she's the regional coordinator for PFAN, which is hosted by UNIDO and REEP. Ladies and gents, please welcome Pamli Deka. For such an amazing panel,
one speaker are probably having lunch, so I'll
you'll moderate. Yeah. Of the panel.
Thank you, Saurabh. I take the place till Gayatri is here. Gayatri and one more gentleman, Mr. Hari. They'll be just dropping in any time. But we can start the session right now. Oh, Gayatri is right here. Okay. So I become the replacement moderator till she's here. She's very much here. Ladies and gentlemen, Saurabh will do the honors. I will find out if we will start the introduction.
Our moderator of the panel is here. She is a serial entrepreneur on sustainability and climate action, an alumni of IIT Roorkee and ISB Hyderabad. Spearheading 3 organizations, Buzz on Earth, India MUN and Gaia the Earth Foundation, she is a driving change through Mission Prakriti, a pioneering social forestry program across India, transforming barren lands into flourishing food forests, uplifting farmer livelihoods, and enhancing environmental ecosystems. She serves as on the advisory committees of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, UNEP, and UN Global Innovation Hub. She's a fellow of the Swedish Institute of Leadership and Sustainability and a TEDx speaker. Can I please invite on stage Ms. Gayatri Chauhan?
Thank you so much.
And our final panelist is also here. This is turning out to be very, very beautiful. He is an alumni of IIT Madras and I'm Calcutta, co-founder of Artha School of Entrepreneurship, an angel investor, an evangelist, thought leader, and influencer in the startup ecosystem. He's a best-selling author of 8 books and writes on the center page of Mint quite often. He's in part of the leadership team at 5 high-growth startups, 3 of which went on to become unicorns, and he shall present us with his views on products and innovations which can fight climate change, such as biodegradable plastics. Can we please have on stage Mr. T.N. Hari with a big round of applause.
All right. A very good afternoon to everyone. I hope we all had sumptuous lunch and we are ready for the next role. So I'm so glad to have this beautiful panel with me because the topic, first of all, is extremely vital. And I'm so privileged to be addressing and hosting a panel on this. That is climate resilient innovations. So climate resilience in itself is quite an important thing because as you all must be knowing that COP28 is going on right now in Dubai. In fact, I'll also be there day after tomorrow representing India, talking about the revolutionary climate innovations from India. So that sets the stage, what the world is currently eyeing for. We all are facing the climate crisis and it is evident. So I won't be really making any ground for, what is happening in the climate arena and why we should all care. But I'll definitely want to talk about the fundamentals of resilience. They are absolutely the same. It is pretty much like if your house is on fire, do you have a fire, hydrant at your place just in order to ensure that when it is happening, you're able to fight it back? Are you prepared? Are you prepared enough? So same is the case with climate catastrophe as well. And as per the latest IPCC report, I'm sure you all must be knowing that we are falling behind 20 billion tons when it comes to bridging that gap. And the time that we are left with exactly 7 years from now, as per the 1.5 degrees Celsius mark. So we are not really talking about any, long stretched vision or long stretched goal, a lifestyle change. All of those things are great to hear. That's why I'll draw a distinction between sustainability and climate change as well. Sustainability is a choice. It's a way of life. However, climate change is a scientific phenomenon which is happening and that requires immediate, urgent action. And that's where climate resilience comes into play. And the topic today is that of innovation, because innovation is one of the important areas through which we can target that. And again, coming to the beautiful panel that we have today. So we are actually mimicking one of the nature principles, that is diversity and inclusion. And the panel today is extremely diverse. We have someone who is a regeneration practitioner. We have a research and analyst from a think tank. We have a finance mechanism expert. We have expert Mr. Hari TN, who is really, he needs no introduction. He's been one of the startup mentors for a very long time. And today in his capacity, he will be talking about innovations in the field of climate. So with that, let us start the panel today. My first question I would like to route to Mr. Krishnan. So the idea is when we talk about nature-based inspiration and when we speak about sustainability and climate action, very often people draw a parallel between the two. Since you have been working on regeneration for such a long time, would you like to draw a comparison with that?
Sure. Thank you, Gayatri. Folks, this is purely my
previous work all this, if we can ride on the current trend for financing, which is carbon, if we can put all these things together and create a model where the bamboo solutions are many. I'm not going to get into all of that right now. It is suffice to say it touches energy, it touches material solution, it is also for pulping for paper and textiles. It has many end users, including green hydrogen production. So what if we can put together and create a blueprint? And in this direction, we have already come quite a distance in our journey. And I will rest here and allow you to continue. I'll come back as to what we have done later.
Sure.
During the
Thanks,
Thank you.
Krishna. That was a beautiful start to the discussion. So building on to solutions that are more adaptive, solutions that are more innovative. And when we talk about innovation, first thing that comes to mind is that of technology. So now I'll come to you, Hari. If we speak about technology, most of the people, especially this is a big gathering and AI, ML, blockchain, that is, these are the buzzwords that are basically taking the center stage. Would you like to talk about some of the fundamental technologies and how do you see their connection, as you had very beautifully mentioned the day before, how it connects with globalization and the disparity in consumption patterns, and how do you tie it down to what kind of innovations are required to address the basic challenges?
So I think let me just start with a bit of a historic macro perspective of this problem and the nuances, because that will help us figure out what shape the solutions will take. So it's been 250 years of industrial revolution, technological advancement that have created the comfort that we are all experiencing today. And these are comforts that we've pretty much gotten used to. And globalization has made life even wonderful. I think many of us are able to experience products which are produced in other parts of the world. Many of us eat fish and salmon and other stuff, which is, got all the way from Norway. So globalization has created these wonderful supply chains. Our life standards are amazing. We live in a 4-bedroom apartment, 4 bathrooms, 3-member family. So, the kind of luxuries that we've all gotten used to in some ways, continuing this is really the problem that we are facing. In fact, one of the consequences of all the progress that we have made and the byproducts is all the climate problems that we are experiencing. So while discussing climate problems, I think it's also, important to realize how difficult it is for all of us to give up what we already have. And from time to time, I always get the impression that this problem is pretty much unsolvable for many reasons. This being one, the other being that different parts of the world, different communities are at different stages of economic advancement. And what works for one community may not work for another community. We may care for climate change, but some people who live in rural parts of India struggling for just rising up the economic ladder may not care as much. So incentives are so misaligned that, getting agreement, alignment of incentives seems such a difficult thing. So for a very long time, I've been pretty much hopeless that this problem can ever be solved. And like all extinctions in the past, one more extinction is also likely to happen. But I think, one has to stay a little positive. And the way I think about it is that good intent did not lead to the comforts of today. Similarly, good intent will not solve the problems of today. The technology which created these comforts in some ways has to also be an answer to the problems that it has created. So I see some, companies working very quietly in the background, producing these technologies. And these technologies to me have to be produced by profit-seeking entrepreneurs. So profit-seeking entrepreneurs can find ways to solve some of these problems. So for example, commingled plastic waste, which is really unsegregatable. 140 million tons of packaging material is used in the world every day. Less than 20% of it is recycled. Less than 20% of the packaging material, 140 million tons, is recycled. The rest is finding its way into landfills, oceans, rivers. And, this is doing all kinds of harm to marine life and, everything else, microplastics being generated on a large scale. So how do you even begin to think of solving this problem? So you need those technologies. I think technologies are coming out, in many ways, but only a few of them really solve the problem at the root. Many of them, pick up these plastics, heat them, convert them into slabs, which again begins to regenerate microplastics after a while. So Steer is a group of companies, Steer World. It's been a small company in Pina, 30-year-old high technology company. It's produced about 4 or 5 very interesting technologies that eventually address the problem of climate resilience. The first is really, should we talk about it or we'll talk later?
We will come to that.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you, Hari. So that has already built 2 important pillars that we wanted to really talk about in today's discussion. That is one on regeneration. So what kind of solutions we can build through regeneration and adaptive innovation. And second was that of technology, which is a very important pillar when it comes to solving for the climate problems. Now coming to you, Ananya, since you have been a research analyst with WRI, and WRI has been at the forefront of creating the kind of policy frameworks as well as solutions, toolkits for addressing climate resilience in specific. Would you like to quote some examples from your experience, some good case studies that we may begin with?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gayatri. So just to give you a little context, WRI is a think and do tank, as we call ourselves. So we both think, so we are actually working on building evidence, looking at data, and also understanding what are some of the ground up case studies, and then networking with policymakers, with different kinds of stakeholders, bringing in the private sector, bringing in the public sector, also working as a lobby group at these big events like COP, where you could perhaps get a lot of these together. So some of the work, and WR is a global organization, so I'll speak more to the India-based work that we have been doing. So some of the work that we have been doing is, when it comes to climate resilience, you defined resilience as having the fire hose ready, right, before the calamity strikes, before your house catches fire. Resilience is also about the ability to come back very quickly after that fire has been lit, right? So you can think of resilience as something that is helping you adapt to a certain situation, absorb the effect of it, and also become transformative in the change. And I think WRI
Absolutely.
works across all these 3 pillars of resilience, all these 3 forms of resilience. We have been working very closely on the ICE to EV transition. There is a lot of work where we have been working with, looking at public transport, looking at how our cities are designed, how can you make them more livable, but also looking at how can you, say, for example, have accelerator programs and scale up from the ground these very micro level innovations that are looking at restoration, something that Mr. Krishna just mentioned, things like bamboo. How can you make sure that a lot of these solutions are equitable and just? How can you kind of partner with organizations which are not only creating change, but also the communities which are being left behind as a result of these climate innovations. Just to give you an example, a lot of our work that we are doing Say, for example, one of the projects where I'm looking at is working with micro, small, and medium enterprises in Tamil Nadu and in Surat, where we find that these might be sectors where you see like a change from say ICE to EV, or you see newer forms of textile processing units coming up, which are using new technologies, require much less carbon. But a lot of those impacts are felt in communities way back in Odisha, in Bihar, in UP, where the workers are coming from. So how do you ensure a lot of this just and equitable transition? How do you ensure climate information services? How do you ensure climate finance, which I'm sure Pamli will talk about? These are some of the broad spectrum of the work that WRI does.
Okay, great, Ananya. So coming to you, Pamli. So see, one of the important points that Ananya just made, that was around, the kind of innovation at the social level, open innovation. And there is a dire need in our country to have such, ecosystems that will, through which the innovation will thrive more and more. Especially when it comes to a developing country like India, it is important because we are having that kind of digital backbone that we will be able to leapfrog when it comes to developing at the level of developed countries, and we may not even take that much time when it comes to that. But having said that, an important element which remains missing, that is the funding gap, right? So how do you think, organization like PFAN addresses that, and what kind of instruments have you built to take care of solutions?
Thanks, Gayatri. Thanks a lot. Yeah, so it's quite a heavy session for post-lunch. I'll not go into too many details of numbers, but yeah, so I'll build a bit of basics, right? So basically, when you look at financing, there are two aspects to it. When you talk about climate resilience, there's one part around the community being resilient, right? Community being able to deal with the climatic events, being able to deal with the loss of food, loss of livelihoods, loss of life, loss of property. So A, which is what Ananya was also referring to, is building communities which are resilient. And then B is the other part of it, building solutions which are themselves resilient. So in fact, when I was with WRI at some point of time, not too long back, we were looking at how do you integrate these elements of resilience into solutions which are helping communities become resilient. So we went to these rural areas where we saw a lot of solar panels and batteries lying out there not being used, particularly the ones which were being installed in government offices, government hospitals. Why? Simple issues like, the flooding happens in Assam and they put the battery somewhere on the ground floor, somewhere in the basement area. No one thought about it. So that's a big issue in terms of building the resilience of the solution itself. So when you look at finance and innovation, I would say there are two parts to it. One, look at financing in terms of how to provide access to communities to these solutions. So essentially, this is financing for the communities, financing for the end user, which is a very different kind of financing, very different kind of problem set that we have. And then second is basically looking at financing for the entrepreneurs to support their projects, to support their companies. So I think there is innovation on both the sides, which is required. And I would link it very closely with the business model and the technology. Because finance by itself is incomplete unless you connect it with the type of model that is being implemented. And the examples, which I think in the next part I will talk about, will be very closely linked with the type of business model. In terms of PFAN itself, which I forgot to introduce. So PFAN is again a global entity. It's a private financing advisory network. It's a network of experts, and I would welcome everyone in this room who is a part of the climate change community to become part of that community as well. The idea is that we provide mentorship for free to companies in this space, which are mostly post-revenue, which have some kind of an idea which is already being implemented in the market. It's a global entity. We have been around from 2006. The companies that we have worked with have together kind of raised around $3 billion, so that's quite a big amount. The whole idea is to bridge that gap between a startup ecosystem and the investors. So we see that a lot of investors, many in this room maybe as well, are keen to invest in this space, but they're unaware of which direction to go, how to invest in. And then there are the startups who have these brilliant ideas, but they don't know how to take that idea from ideation to the kind of investors. Also, I must say that at many a times, I myself have been part of the startup community. We think our idea is the best, but at times when we are trying to present it to the investors, it's not the easiest. And I think we all have faced that, right? So I'll come back to kind of specific examples in the next stage, but let me pause there.
Okay, thanks, Pamli. So building on the, part of technology, Hari, since we left there, technology is an enabler and we all agree, right? So I would like to just draw a distinction between technology and innovation here. So many people think that innovation in itself can be of various kinds, and which is absolutely true. But when we look at any one technology, can that one technology be deployed into developing several kinds of solutions? Will that lead to several kinds of innovations? That is the question which we often ignore. So when it comes to deployment of a particular technology and creating novel solutions, and we have so many examples of that, and that's how the world functions, and that is how nature also functions. So I would like to pass it on to you, Hari. So when you spoke about this organization in specific, STEER, so how is it utilizing the fundamental technologies to develop various kinds of innovations addressing core climate problems?
So Steer World is a 30-year-old company founded by someone called Dr. Babu, who is probably one of the best materials transformation scientists in the world. And typically scientists find it very difficult to build businesses, but he's done an awesome job of doing a business for the last 30 years. And the first 10 years was building high quality components for machines that were used in the polymers, food processing and pharma industry. The next 10 years, he and his team actually built these machines, exported them, German quality machines all over the world. And the last 10 years has been about utilizing these platforms to solve some of the world's most wicked problems. So typically 4 or 5 problems that these technologies address. The first is about converting commingled plastic waste, unsegregatable commingled plastic waste into useful materials, which is wood substitutes, cheaper than wood and as good as wood in terms of properties. And the problem with most recycling is that recycling is very energy intensive. So for example, the PET bottles that we hear are being recycled. It costs more to clean up those bottles and recycle them rather than use virgin plastic to produce new bottles. So even the mono streaming is not very effective. Forget the mixed plastics, mixed multi-layer plastics. So this technology converts those multi-layer non-segregatable plastics into useful materials. The second technology is about soil currently across the world has been completely damaged by extensive use of pesticides, fertilizers, and the soil is pretty much dead. If you go to Punjab, there is not a single microorganism in the soil, whereas rich soil should have billions of microorganisms just in one fistful of soil. Across the world, in the US, in the prairies where farming is done on a large scale, the soil is pretty much dead. This is a big problem waiting, to show up and cause further harm to all of us. So regeneration of soil can be done with biochar, and this technology can be used to create that biochar. If you increase the soil carbon content by 1%, pretty much, the entire carbon emissions problem, I'm told, is going to be solved. So this technology will help use biochar to fix carbon back into the soil. Then creation of new drugs, for instance. I really believe that social inclusion, financial inclusion is going to change the consumption patterns in a way that is more beneficial to the economy. More inequality, more disparity in income leads to consumption patterns that are more harmful. So I think, half the women who are pregnant in India are completely short of iron. And lack of iron, for example, produces children who are having cognitive disability. So this technology can be used to produce iron, which is absorbable by the body. The problem is that iron tablets are available in abundance, but it causes a lot of side effects, constipation, to the fact that it gets absorbed in places it should not get absorbed. In the colon, it gets stored and causes more damage than good. So this technology can be used to produce iron, calcium supplements, which can be very easily absorbed by the body. And this technology is applicable in many other ways as well, producing materials which are substitutes for plastic. Because paper is no substitute for plastic, it just doesn't have the functionality. So you need materials which have the functionality of plastic, but still are biocompostable in very short time frames. So this technology again can be used to produce those molecules which have the functionality of plastic, but which then, are biocompostable in a very short time lengths. So this technology is a very interesting one, twin screw extrusion, and can be used to make drugs as well. Sometime I'd like you to all, visit this factory at Penia. It's a hidden gem, amazing technologies which have the potential to actually solve some of the planet's most wicked problems.
Thanks, Hari. And that makes a very good build-up for you, Krishna, because he did speak about soil, and I'm sure being a regeneration practitioner, you have a lot to talk about that. So just from your experience, how do you think, the human intervention when it comes to regenerating soil compares with the nature's way alone, and what kind of solutions do exist?
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. It is the soil. And as Hari also mentioned, the carbon in the soil is going to help us go a long way. And actually, I must tell you something else before I continue. You know, trees are really smart. The way they want to something from the soil. There are enough minerals for them to pick up and grow the way they want to, but they cannot take it directly. Our research, and I think the global research, is now saying how tree is using level 3 outsourcing. What do I mean by that? Trees, through photosynthesis, produce extra sugars and they feed it in their root zone. They invite more microorganisms and biomes and protozoas and nematodes to colonize their root zone. And to eat them come earthworms. And when earthworms have a feast, they need to send it out somewhere. And that castings has what the tree needs in a readily usable manner. This is what the trees are doing every minute as you look around. How much of that we recognize? Anyway, we understand this. We want to use, and as he said, one fistful of soil has more microorganisms than the number of human beings on the earth. So we are going to use no chemicals, no tilling, permaculture method. We are going to bend backwards to meet nature and cajole and plead with nature to do what we want.
Very well said, Krishna. Just for the information of the larger audience, we know that, we can survive many pandemics, but if we talk about food security, it is one of the fundamental threats to the human survival. And especially within food security, the biggest threat that I personally feel is our soil is going to be unfarmable after 50 years. So the soil will not be good enough to grow anything at all. So that poses a huge threat on human survival. And even if we escape this 1.5 degrees Celsius and massive extinction that people are afraid of, mass extinction, we will still not be able to cater to this food security problem if we do not act now. So there is a dire need. So what Krishna is doing, I can relate with that because I'm sorry for not giving my introduction in the beginning. So I run two organizations. The third organization is a joint initiative of the other two. So one is a for-profit social enterprise called Buzz on Earth, which focuses on ecosystem level interventions on supporting solutions and climate action at a very massive scale. So we do support individuals, businesses, as well as civil society organizations in taking the bar ahead. And we do help with mentorship, we do help with access to financing. So we have a program called Accelerator for Climate Entrepreneurship in specific that focuses on this, and that is where we are talking about the revolutionary climate innovations as well. The second is a not-for-profit organization called Gaia the Earth Foundation, which focuses on building forests. So we convert barren land parcels into forests. So I can totally relate with you, Krishna, how you explained that. And coming to you, Ananya, since you mentioned yesterday when we were speaking, you had some wonderful examples from the millet story and other, food-related examples on the projects that you have researched on. Would you like to tell a case study out of that?
Sure. Thanks a lot. So before joining WRI, I was working at ICRISAT. ICRISAT, as you know, is one of the CGIAR institutions based in India. And it works on the dryland crops. A lot of the way we have, especially post-Green Revolution in India, our growth story has been very wheat and rice centric, and all, which are enormous guzzlers of water. We also heard in the previous session that water security is going to be like a really, really big problem in the foreseeable future. So ICRISAT worked with some of these cases of crops which are more dryland crops. Some of them which are millets. There are various forms of millets. Even in the panel on rural transformation, they were saying there's so many forms of even rice which are which do not use so much of water, but which have been just dying out because of the lack of support, policy support, or even markets for that matter. So some of the work that I do looks at the social side of the story. How do we look at issues of food security? How do we look at the intersection of climate change and food security vis-a-vis the society? One of the recent papers that I completed looked at exactly this issue in terms of the climate smart agriculture and understanding where are women located in this whole story of changing, at the nexus of climate change and food security with this innovations, with this question of you have wonderful newer mechanisms, precision agriculture, you have a lot of regeneration related work, which by the way, or agroforestry related work, which by the way has been successful to a large extent in addressing concerns of women. But a lot of the IoT enabled issues have not been able to address women or reach women at the level that they require. So a lot of the research that I do kind of points out these discrepancies. It highlights the need for including women, and it also shows the processes by which you could kind of address marginalized social groups. Land is not only like agriculture is not only a question of the landed population, it's also a question of the landless population. Us as consumers, say people like in the urban space as consumers, it does affect us, but also people who are within these rural communities who do not have access to land, who work on these farms. So these are some of the intersections at which I work on.
Great. And that brings me to you, Pamli, because we are talking about agriculture and land, and there's so much uncertainty connected with that as a sector. And India being an agrarian economy, more than 70% of India feeds on agriculture. So how would you, solve problems through microfinancing schemes or risk mitigation tools when it comes to an organization like PFAN?
Yeah, so PFAN, just to kind of quickly clarify, PFAN doesn't build its own instruments. It works with investors who have devised these innovative instruments. And the good thing is that because we work across the region, we have learnings from countries.
In that case, you may just give a generic overview. I mean, this is not about PFAN at all.
Right,
so
right,
we are
yeah.
talking about
Yeah,
what kind
yeah,
of mechanisms
exactly. Yeah,
exist.
Yeah, so let me, actually, since we're talking about soil and agriculture, let me pick up a few innovations, both on the side of inclusivity in terms of end user benefits, and also in terms of larger project financing. So there are multiple companies that we have worked with, but in particular, I would like to refer to two since we have just don't have enough time. So there's one company which we are working with, which is doing pretty well now. They have created this whole solution around pay as you go as a service, I mean, for energy. So instead of kind of you investing in the irrigation pump as a farmer, as a marginal farmer, as someone, as a landless farmer who's going to work in a kind of a marginalized land piece, they have created pay as you go as a service, which actually improves the ability for any farmer of any income to go and participate and to kind of be beneficiary of those energy services, which essentially is going to help them in improving the quality of the soil, the quality of the land, and the quality of the agricultural output. So that is one example. I wouldn't like to name the company out here because, I mean, I'm not kind of biased or unbiased against anyone, but happy to connect separately with anyone who wants to be kind of, connected with them. The second is actually a company which is working in cold storage space. So we have multiple companies with whom we are working in the cold storage space, but there are some which have really kind of stood out and been there and proved their model. So these guys, they basically have tied up with the banks. Given that the solutions are relatively costly for the farmers, so it goes anywhere between 10 lakhs to 15 lakhs. They have managed to tie up with the banks, which has provided the kind of basic support for farmers to go ahead with the investing in the solutions, plus the subsidy scheme, which is already there, which actually reduces the price of these cold storage rooms by quite a bit, like almost 25 to 30%. And the beauty of these cold storage rooms, again, linking it to the business model, that why we see this as a successful model, a successful financing opportunity, is because unlike a lot of issues with cold storage storages where you have just one temperature set for all kind of crops and vegetables and fruits, they have actually different options for different temperatures to be set for different kinds of crops and vegetables, which A, increases the ability to reach out to multiple farmers, and B, which also helps in reducing the losses. So they have reduced losses at the farm level to almost 5%. Which again makes the whole model attractive for financing. So it's very closely linked, as I said, in terms of the business model and the kind of financing model. So these are two examples on the inclusivity side. Now, if you look at the project financing side, there are the larger organizations which are at play out here. I'd particularly like to call out on ADB Ventures because they have been working in depth in South Asia, in India, in the other countries that I am working in. And basically the kind of thing that they have done is the solution that they have created is backed by the government, which essentially reduces the risk associated with project financing. And the second example that I would like to quote, in fact, I was just looking at it today morning, is the Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance. So they, in 2023, they kind of presented a 800 million facility, 800 million, that's pretty big for the whole of Southeast Asia and South Asia. Within that, they're particularly working on in India. So they have created these like 65 to 70 different financial innovative solutions. So I would really request anyone who's interested in the space to go to their website and look at it. It's called Global Innovation Lab for Climate Finance. So they have, in the context of India, they have created this credit guarantee mechanism, plus a TA which is being offered by Wilgrow, a technical assistance which is being offered by Wilgrow. And Wilgrow is also doing great work in the space, which essentially kind of helps these SMEs and MSMEs to go ahead and get collateral-free debt. So there are some other organizations like Caspian Debt, which are also in the market, which are providing collateral-free debt. Obviously, there are kind of pros and cons to collateral-free debt, but we are definitely seeing an increasing kind of appetite for these kind of newer innovations. Plus, obviously, the whole world of blended financing, where there is some kind of grant money or patient capital, which comes in to, catalyze any investments being done by private or commercial investors. But the end of the story in terms of baseline is I see a lot of these startups need patient capital, need that grant money to actually kind of go out of the lab and to test their product. And that we have to accept till the time, they become commercial entities. So let me stop there.
Sure. So, Hari, just coming to you here because I recently read, we've been following COP28 very closely, and Kate Brandett from Google, the Chief Sustainability Officer, she happened to mention something about the moonshot, innovations, because we are talking about when it comes to all the solutions that often the existing, especially IGOs that are talking about, we're always looking at some of the incremental solutions and incremental innovations. But the climate change is a problem that requires some disruptive solutions, some disruptive innovations, something which will help us, jump decades together, because we do not have the luxury to progress at the pace at which we have been progressing in last few decades. And we can continue to have COP28, 29, 30, and it will go on for, next 50 years, and we won't be even here then. So that calls for some kind of, I would say, strategic way to bring in the collaborative forces. We have to bring in the potential of these various excellence pools that a country like India has, or any other developing country. I'm quoting India again and again because I'm personally very fond of ensuring that India develops the right way and sets a model for the rest of the world. So what kind of, theories or what kind of systemic changes do you propose to make that happen?
See, I think, history offers us a lot of lessons. 1973, on the day of Yom Kippur, Egypt and Syria, made a blitzkrieg into Israel and attacked Israel. Israel was shocked, but they did fight back, and the Arab nations lost that war. But Arab nations did something very interesting, which is they increased the oil prices by 400%. And that was their way of hitting back at Israel and all their allies. So when there is a disaster, I think innovation is automatically spurred. When oil prices went up by 400%, all countries that did not have oil began to rapidly innovate. Japan came up with, cars that were optimizing for fuel consumption. Until then, nobody cared to build cars that optimize for fuel consumption. They were all gas guzzlers built in the US, Japan. But Japan began designing cars that were, very low usage of gas. France, under Mesmer, went on to adopt nuclear energy like never before. Today, 75 to 80% of all French energy comes from nuclear energy. Many countries, Finland, for example, I think it's about 80% of all its energy comes from wind. So lots of, these technologies get adopted only when there is a crisis. My belief is that if there is no crisis, nothing really happens. Nobody moves the needle at all. So I think a crisis is essential, somewhat like what happened in 1973. And I really believe there are two types of innovations. One is continuous innovation, incremental, as you said, and one is the breakthrough kind of one. The breakthrough, I think, cannot be designed for, in my opinion. I think it just happens by chance when a few factors come together and some things begin to change. I think incremental innovation is actually quite very, very powerful. For example, solar. So much of improvement has been made. My daughter is actually working for a company which, is committed to laying out solar farms in Australia and getting Australia moved to complete solar energy in the next 7-8 years. So what she tells me is that, the solar panels, the photovoltaic cells, if the temperature of the photovoltaic cells can be reduced by 4 degrees, then the efficiency of conversion of light to electrical energy can improve by 30%. So 4 degrees reduction can be done without using any forced convection. It just can be done by, vortex inducers placed in the right places. So incremental, I think, advancements, incremental improvements, if done very systematically, can take us to a level where all these new energies will be much cheaper than fossil fuels. And if it's done on a much larger scale and if it becomes really efficient, then I think market mechanisms will ensure that fossil fuels are no longer consumed. But those who own fossil fuels, those who control fossil fuels, I'm sure they don't care about climate change. They care a lot more about enhancing their wealth, and they will go all out to ensure that new forms of energy don't happen. As far as breakthrough innovations are concerned, I'm not really, don't have a deep understanding of what kind of breakthrough innovations are possible for sustainable energies. I have no idea.
Great. I'll move on to the same question to you, Krishna. Since you come from the regeneration practices background, so what kind of breakthrough solutions do you foresee that can help us, skip decades of work and, move on to the climate action needed much faster?
Yeah. See, the one that I firmly believe is rebirth of nuclear energy, especially with the safety features addressed and taken care of squarely. And in this, already some people have been investing in this effort to create a next-gen design, but their efforts were scuttled slightly and they are just lost some time. Maybe by 2026, a safe next-gen design would come where you don't need to worry about enriched uranium capable of being used for the bomb grade, okay? You can use the available not so enrichable uranium and extract the remaining juice from that. And that, in my opinion, represents a very scale approach to filling the renewable gap. And that may happen by 2026, 27. Then you take about 40, 50 years and another 70, 80 trillion dollars to reach a real net zero level. It is in this 50, 70 years we are looking at as to how can we survive this 50, 60 years. And that's where what we have come up as making biomass sustainable and use of that to reduce fossil fuel consumption in a significant scale manner. I think it would play a significant role in parallel. While all these innovations, scale innovations are coming to fill in the renewable gap.
Great, thank you. So Ananya, coming to you, you know that India is highly vulnerable given the fact that we are surrounded by, sea on 3 sides. And vulnerability assessment is one of the key things to be addressed when it comes to building resilient communities, and climate resilience follows the same rule as well. So what kind of solutions do you foresee coming from think and do tanks like yours, and what sort of capacity building is happening around that?
Yeah, thanks for that question, actually. So when we come on to the question of vulnerability, it's quite multifaceted, I think. So one is that we are talking about technological solutions. But even as we kind of have this technological solutions, we are already facing the impacts of climate change. It's on one hand, we just saw like the cyclone that just happened in Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, which kind of left these a lot of these areas like heavily battered. So one of the ways to kind of address this is, while these big companies already have some parameters of vulnerability already mapped out, they know what to do, what are the kind of action points to do in case of, say, a climate emergency, but we still do not know, and these are just extreme events mean that things that happen quite suddenly, like floods or cyclones, but we still do not know what to do in terms of, say, increasing heat, which are like slow onset events. These are things that happen, or the air pollution. These are like quite slow onset events. These keep building up over a period of time, and we still do not have a lot of good climate solutions for that. So one of the ways to do to understand vulnerability is to do these assessments, to understand, you know, who is vulnerable due to these impacts of climate change, because not everyone is equally vulnerable. People who have more, like you said, people who are richer or better off, or, you know, people like us can afford to be in an AC room, whereas there's someone who might have to just work outside despite it being 50 degrees Celsius, because that's the nature of the job that they are doing, and they might not have those solutions. So vulnerability assessments can give you these insights. They can help you kind of build capacity, adaptation strategies, and build capacities of these different stakeholders who do not have currently the ability to, you know, address these vulnerabilities. And like, we had a very good session in the morning where they presented the PAN-IIT, the Preja model, right? So things like skilling programs for workers to get better jobs. How can we automatize some of the functions which are like extremely difficult to be done manually? You know, there are solutions, there are technologies around that. How do we kind of bring them in? These are some of the things that we can do through vulnerability assessments.
Great. So now we will very quickly do a rapid fire sort of a thing and do a closing for this wonderful session. So you have to answer very quickly, okay? Okay. Okay, let us start from Hari, because you are very quick with your responses. So we'll be just asking about 3 fundamental things that you believe India could focus on to build climate resilient communities.
I think social inclusion would be one. Social and financial inclusion would be one. Women empowerment would be number 2. And focus on solar energy would be number 3.
Okay. Pamli, same question to you.
It's getting difficult as we move this side.
We will change the question midway.
Right, yeah. I think one thing is circular economy that we have missed out in this conversation entirely. Looking at circular economy and how to ensure that, you know, we are looking at sustainability and circular economy together. Second thing is
I didn't get that point. Sir.
circular economy.
Circular economy,
Yeah,
of
right.
course.
Yes,
Nice.
I think we
Okay.
have missed that out completely.
We
yeah.
have not missed out. Hari gave some wonderful examples around the solutions on waste as well. So that is
Yeah,
circular
but
economy.
I think we need to go deeper into that. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we just touched upon it. Sorry, not missed out, touched upon it. Yeah, so the second thing, I think in India, we have a lot of organizations, but we don't see that thought kind of cross-linking of thoughts and organizations coming together to work. So for example, I am coming across Hari today, and I've said this in multiple panels as well. We don't see people of the same flock kind of, you know, actually working together, collaborating. It's very difficult. And third thing is, we want the funders and the investors to come together and discuss on strategies which can actually be beneficial for the next 5 years. Be it the government or the private commercial capital or the donors, we want all of them to come together, sit on the same table and discuss what solutions can be presented. Because only then, unless I come from the finance point of view, unless there's money on the table, we can't see things moving.
Ananya, so what gives you maximum hope when it comes to ensuring that we will, as a human race, survive on this planet?
I think platforms like this do give me hope, because we are increasingly becoming interdisciplinary, I think. And like, you know, leveraging our collective knowledge and collective experience is something that I'm sure will come up with solutions.
Same question to you.
My answer is, like Hari said, when pushed against the wall, how Israel fought back and how the Arab nations increased the price of the oil 4 times to really go through this crisis. Same thing here. We have already demonstrated the water issue. A huge work has already happened in terms of rainwater harvest at massive scale. In fact, one classic example is in the state Maharashtra, where I have seen what it was 2016, 2014 times, and now I'm seeing the same videos, same place. Absolutely fantastic. Now, the same thing can be escalated throughout India. Same way, the issues which all of us are facing, we will find as workable solution. All these cops, as you said, will continue talking till the cows come home. We can listen to that, but we need action on the ground. Tara Green is one action on the ground.
All right. Thank you for your wonderful responses and being so elaborate in, trying to express what your organization has been doing, the companies that you're supporting, and also giving us a good perspective on building climate resilience and how to focus on climate resilient innovations. So with that, I would like to conclude this panel. Thank you so much for being a lovely audience. Thanks a lot.
We can take a few questions if they are in the audience. Yes, please.
Please.
Hi, Dr. Ananya. So first of all, nice to hear from you. And I am actually part of some of the climate action plans that are being prepared for the cities. So as a reviewer and as a contributor, so first of all, exercise something that we are doing. So congratulations on that. My question is how hopeful you are about the implementation of these action plans, because we've been making plans. So how hopeful you are?
So I think that, should I respond? Yeah. I think, recognizing the problem is a big part of at least acting upon them. So, for example, India underwent this massive, the NAPCC program, right? The National Adaptation Plan on Climate Change happened way back in 2008. And we do see that we are working towards those goals. What needs to be done right now, and I think what is already being done, is micro level plans, city level plans, village level action plans. So not looking at like translating a lot of these global goals, it to a person in the village, it does not matter, like they would not directly understand what this 1.5 or 2 degrees means to them, right?
Absolutely.
What means is that, how are their local needs meant? If they face a cyclone or if they face a heat wave, how is it that they are adapting? So I think a lot of these adaptation plans need to be go very granular, go very localized, and it's only at that point where a lot of action can happen. We are doing some work in Tamil Nadu, and I'll welcome you to have a separate conversation. Thank you.
My name is Jagdish. My knowledge is limited in these areas. Just listening to you all, food security, water security, climate change, is it all dependent on soil, saving soil? So is there, instead of focusing so much on each individually, if at least on the soil thing, if it's scaled up, some solutions like you take it to the government level, policies, fund the government instead of funding individuals, because government needs debt or whatever, to finance it and scale it up. Is that a better way to go? And instead of everyone working on their own?
So anyone
First of all, is the soil the key thing? I mean,
who is your question addressed to?
Anyone who can answer.
Jagdish, I think your point is right. That's one of the reasons at Terra Green we recognize the importance of soil. You fix the soil and the rest of the things will follow. But I want to make a mention about Pamli's sector, what she's talking about, finance. Today, the concrete is already poured on carbon taxation. So when you have a balance sheet and you have the concrete which is getting hardened in terms of the carbon tax becoming more and more for sure, as well as the dollar per ton is increasing significantly. I believe in Washington, they have started using $190 for social impact of carbon. So that is the recent cost they have assumed. All these things will provide the pathway, new paths for finances to flow in this path. When you have a plan to regenerate soil without chemicals and you are in a position to put together large-scale plants, finances will follow, the community livelihood will happen, biodiversity will happen, water security will happen, food security will automatically happen. When you grow a new forest, there will be new precipitations. So water is there. It's a question of how do you manage them in a smart manner.
And if I may just, sure, Hari, please. Okay.
So, I just had watched this documentary called Kiss the Earth on Netflix last year. Kiss the Ground. It was a wonderful one. After watching that multiple times, somewhere I was convinced that soil is the answer to pretty much everything that we are talking about. But I think the answer is also it is difficult to implement. Like most implementation, there will be challenges because it involves giving up short-term gains, which means you must stop using pesticides, fertilizers, chemical fertilizers, all of those, which create harm in the long run. But in the short term, they seem to produce some, gains. So I think while that may be the answer, most answers are not very easy to implement to the ground. And that's the reason why I feel you need to try multiple things.
That's okay. I'll be loud enough. The last person will be able to hear. Don't worry. It is not a question. It's some comments I would like to make. Number one, the soil improvement. He said adding carbon. There are processes and there are students who have developed ways of absorbing carbon just to avoid pollution. Absorbing it into cement, absorbing into wall, and absorbing into soil. So these are the things which we should look out for. I am more from technological innovation point of view. The second one, we said vulnerability near the oceans. We already have a program where, like the fire thing that you talked about, we know cyclone is coming this side, we know hurricane is coming this side, we say, okay, we have to evacuate. But if we know that cyclone is coming from here and it is just building up, break the cyclone there, break the hurricane, and it can be done. In a vortex, what people do in ocean is go down deep and break the ice. So it's not enough just to do the finding out and warning people. It should be able to break that. And the third one, which was about developing the new areas, I was with GE and about 400 people, we wanted to do a workout, go and meet. And we said we will go to a place where we want to plant new places. It happened to be Bangalore, by the way. But when this was done, the guy said, oh, we have to take leave on that day. I said, no, we'll do it on the weekend. And you have to bring your children along. And when the children were to come, small plants were given. 3 months, they nurtured it in their house and we went and planted. So,
thank you so much, sir. Thank you. You have shared a very good.
No, thank you.
I just want to ask one question, if you allow me. Excellent discussion. My question is related to financing. You touched upon that basically there's a lack of a common platform where all the investors and they can come together. My question is from the banking sector perspective. Has RBI, I'm not living in India right now, I'm based in Bahrain. Has RBI come up with guidelines for the banks, commercial banks, to really focus on the climate risk related financing?
Yeah, so this, it's called financing, particularly for this sector, has been around for quite some time actually. So almost like 2011 itself, I was speaking with the rural regional banks in the remote areas where it's called priority sector lending. So it's already there in place. The issue is not about the guidelines, it's about the capacity of the people who are doing it. So we have had many instances where people went to the bank to ask for money. One particular person approved it and that person was changed and someone else came in his place or her place and the whole process had to be restarted. So I think there's a lot of capacity building which needs to happen still at the private banking level, private or public banking level.
Technology think tank. Everybody is running after solar, but what will happen after 20 years when end of life solar cell will go? Is there any thought on that? It will be another menace to how to manage that waste. Time has come to think about that. Chinese working on it.
Thank you.
Like everything else, there's always an opportunity and a threat. So recycling business and recycling industry at one point of time will be larger than manufacturing industry. So let's close on that level. And Saurabh, over to you.
Right. Thank you. We'll allow one. Sure, no problem.
No, is it on?
Yes.
Yeah, this question to Mr. Krishna and Mr. Hari. There are 2 points. One point which you mentioned about bamboo in South Africa. Now, do we have similar programs in India to improve our climate resilience and about carbon, increasing the carbon in the soil? do we have any specific programs in India to improve the carbon in the soil, and or is it all only in pockets that we are doing some work?
The second question I may answer. First one.
Okay. The first question, in fact, whether it is South Africa or India, it doesn't matter. The concept that we are evolving is replicable throughout the globe. Wherever there is land, you can grow things, you can grow bamboo. And you asked about bamboo solutions. Bamboo has several solutions: energy, electricity, you have material solution, you have pulp for paper and textile, and handicrafts. So many solutions, all of them are aimed at climate resilience. I think I can take things offline. I can talk to you. India is happening slowly. It will happen. And when you find all other things happening, India also will follow.
So in India, these things are happening at an informal level. So it is not happening from an administrative level from the government side, but then at the individual level, civil society organizations are running such programs and campaigns that are addressing exactly these points. For instance, I can definitely vouch for the carbon increment in the soil, because my own organization, Gaia the Earth Foundation, has a nationwide program called Mission Prakriti, through which we are growing 1 million hectares of forest. And one of the primary mandates is to increase the carbon content in the soil through various natural methods as well as innovative methods. So, yeah.
And I will add to her, this Terra Green blueprint will be available for anybody to pick up and replicate across the globe.
Yeah, and just to add to that, there are also several state level organizations, such as, say, the Andhra Pradesh Community Managed Natural Farming has been, trying to promote newer ways of production, agricultural production itself, which has mechanisms like 365 days soil cover, which do help a lot in carbon sequestration as well. And you can see that these are run by SHG led women communities, and they do excellent work on the ground. It's scaled up in a lot of places otherwise, other than Andhra as well, but in Andhra it has like a policy backup properly of the state. So these are examples that are already happening. Yeah, so in Andhra they have like actually scaled across the state. Yeah, so but there needs to be done a lot more. True.
Right. On that note, I'll say yes, there's a lot of opportunities and a lot of stuff to be done. Climate is for everyone. We have one Earth, and like they say, there is no planet B. So let's take that into effect. Please, a round of applause for our guests and panelists here. Wonderful session indeed. Could I please invite Dr. Gitanjali Kaushik on stage? She's our treasurer, Pan IIT Alumni India, to do the honors and felicitate the guests. Starting with Dr. Krishna. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, picture. Yeah, probably on the stage.
Okay, I'll do that. I am sure some of the plans will be implemented. Thank you so much for turning that to me.
And could we please get together for a quick photo op, everyone? Good. Thank you, everyone. So we'll close the sessions here. I request all of you to take a bit of break, and we'll have the closing ceremonies and a lot of activities still to come on the main stage on the other side of the room. So please, we'll meet you there in a short while. Thank you so much.
Hmm.